Chaska City Council meeting for Monday, August 15th, 2022. We'll call the meeting to order at 7:02. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. At least we call roll, please.
Councilmember Hatfield?
Here.
Councilmember Hubbard?
Here.
Councilmember Wong?
Here.
Councilmember Grau?
Here.
Mayor Winchell?
Here. With that, we need to adopt the agenda. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Grau.
Second. Oh. Second.
Second by Councilmember Hubbard to adopt the agenda. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, moves into visitor presentation. We've got a couple things tonight. First one we're going to start off with is Brian Dahlke. Brian was on our planning commission for nearly 9 years, just shy of 9 years. Was the chair for, anybody know? How many years, Brian? 5?
5, I think, yeah.
So half of them, he was a chairperson. So we just like to recognize Brian, give him a couple of parting gifts from the city of Chaska as he moved to his lake place out in Annandale. All right, so I just have a plaque here, and I didn't bring glasses, so presented to Brian Dahlke in recognition of outstanding contributions to our community for years of service on the Planning Commission and your leadership as a Planning Commission Chair, presented on the 15th day of August, 2022. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And you get your famous plaque. No.
That's
And
fine.
you probably don't have one of these, but.
No, I do.
I know you do. You have another one.
Another place
Another
of
one.
honor.
So, I'm gonna return back. You could have the.
All right, I just need a minute. I know your agenda's real small tonight, so I'll only go on for about a half hour or so. No. I just want to thank a few people. Mayor Winchell, your advice over the years is what made the job a lot easier to manage and made me make some good decisions, and I hope you're the mayor for several more years.
Oh, thank you.
And Commissioner Wong, I learned when you ran the, I came on when you were running the council or the commission, and I learned a lot from you about running a meeting, about listening to, you know, both sides of the many projects, and, you know, some arguments and some not arguments, but I learned a lot from you, and I really appreciate that. And then I just wanted to call out a few staff. Matt, you do a great job, and I want to make sure you know how good your staff is. It's Kevin Ringwald, Liz Hansen, and Nate Cabot. They were invaluable. While I was on the commission, they made the job a lot easier. Commissioner Brass is going to do a great job running it going forward, but I just wanted to call especially those three out for all the guidance and legwork and everything that they do on a daily basis to make the Planning Commission run. So that's it.
Well, and before you run away, I do, seriously, you have, everybody doesn't think that the Planning Commission's important, but it is very, very important. And, you know, with your leadership, we went through some kind of challenging projects, and your leadership made those projects come forward and come forward the right way, which is always important, that we want them to come the way that the city envisions them to come forward. And I think that your leadership on there, that's helped a young commission. You inherited a lot of new members over the last couple, 2-3 years prior to your retirement. So I want to thank you for your leadership and helping them. And I think you've brought new chairperson Brass along perfectly well, and he's doing a tremendous job. He's taken right off, because I know it was kind of a quick transaction there, but that's life. That's
Yeah.
life. And, you know, the good thing is we had the people in place that could step in and take over for you. So we appreciate everything that you've done for your, I'm just gonna say 9 years and call it close, because I know it's pretty doggone close, so.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. And just, but it's not only that, it's just your leadership throughout the community. You're still a big, strong Lions member here, even though you're living further away, you continue that here, and those are all important things, and it's just, it's good to see people like you that are, continue to offer those. So, thank you.
Appreciate that, Mayor.
Yep.
And not used to being on this side of the. So, and don't feel bad if I don't stay for the rest of the meeting.
And Brian, I just want to
Not
say,
even for old time's sake?
I'll think about it.
so, and Brian, I just want to thank you for, it's been both a pleasure and an honor to serve with you for, gosh, I don't even know how many years now. And, and it's one of those things that, we have a lot of great discussions up here, and a lot of interesting cases come before us. And, I appreciate all that you've brought to the Planning Commission, and the leadership you've brought, and also mentoring that next generation of leaders. And one of the things that we also don't often talk about sometimes, but it's important to recognize, is that, our commissions, whether it's, Park and Rec, whether it's Heritage, Human Rights, Planning Commission, they all are sort of the proving grounds, or sort of like the training grounds for a next generation of leaders here in Chaska, right? As an opportunity for people to become engaged and see if they want to become, more engaged within the community, and eventually. I talk with my hands a lot.
Never got over that. Never got over talking with your
No,
hands.
I never did I? That's why he's here. But it's so important to be able to help foster that development of that next generation of leadership, and to foster those experiences for people who want to become engaged, and to allow them to have positive experiences on both sides of the podium. So it's such an important job, and I'm so glad that you really took it to heart and helped to develop those relationships and develop those experiences for people in the community. And hopefully, in over the years, we'll see those other members of the community, become more engaged as time moves on, and as we all roll off and other new faces roll on. So thank you for all of the work that you've done, and thank you for all that you've given back to the community.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. And like I said, Matt, your staff makes it much easier. Thank you, Nate. I really appreciate it. And Liz, you're the best. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
You're not even staying for a minute, are you?
The seats are all used.
I think
Except in front row, and I never like
with those final comments he made, it'd be nice if he stayed a little longer, but
Wow.
Wow, it's okay.
All right, next on my list is Growth Through Opportunity Program recap, and I believe that's Miss Julie.
Well, they say all good things must come to an end, and we've already gone through 8 weeks with our Growth Through Opportunity program, and I think, Marley, you guys can agree, all the department heads have been just so wonderful to work with. The kids have been just wonderful. Everybody has loved them, and so I wanted to let them come tonight and maybe say a few things, and have Alex and Paola maybe say a few things about what they thought about our program here in our city. And then we have a special little video quick to show. So, want to come up? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Alex Oladoyan. I'm the owner of Empower, so I kind of helped coordinate things. And it was so fun for me following the Facebook page, because I wasn't there every day, but just seeing on Facebook all the things that they were doing every day. I even texted Julie, I grew up in Shannon, had no idea how cool Chaska was. It makes me want to move out of Laconia and into Chaska, because it was so fun. Just seeing the way that all of your departments interact and how welcomed these guys were, it was spectacular. So I won't say much because I was hardly here. I didn't really do anything, but if you guys want to say anything. You can talk in the microphone if you want to, Jordan.
Mitchell wants to talk about his top two. And yours. Okay. So we gave him a challenge at the beginning, which I said was really tough because they worked with a lot of departments. But I said, you need to let us know at the end, what was your favorite department? So everybody was trying to come up with really fun things for them to do. And he's come up with the top two. Couldn't decide on one, right? There was a lot of neat things. So what was your top two?
The first one's the police department, because all our community service, like passing out tokens to the kids, also have folders, and in the top
Yeah.
library, kind of fun as well. And the second one, the Chaska town forums.
Julie, can you have a move over by the microphone so they can hear it at home, please?
My first one is the police department, the Chaska Police Department. There's some community service as well. We pass out tokens as the covers. We're the cop at the library. It's kind of fun. And my second one is Chaska Town Courts. Help great people, meet and greet, say welcome to the Chaska Town Courts, welcome all that. That's kind of fun. That's my top two for now.
What about the mayor? I thought that was your favorite. What happened? You sure are bossy to me.
Sorry.
You told me it was administration.
Oh, so a politician.
Each and every week that way. You did. They had so much fun every week when I popped in to see them, or when I get a chance. They just had so much fun with everybody. So I'm not surprised that our department heads went above and beyond. And like I said, we had actually more departments than our 8 weeks to commit to this. So everybody wanted to be involved in it, and everybody said that they just loved you guys, and they had so much fun with you, and that it was such a wonderful experience. And I've had many of them already say, hey, we can't wait till next year. We want to do it again. So it's just been a wonderful opportunity, I think, for our city and for our youth, for Mitchell and Jordan. It's been just wonderful. So do you want to say what you like for us? Yeah. Okay. Can you step up here?
My, thank you. My first favorite was the police department because I liked all the cops there and so many people that is meant for me, and I know that they're always in my heart. And my second favorite was the fire department because I liked to see the handout room, and I like how they take action. So yeah, and my dream has always been a cop. And I started to dress like a cop for Halloween just then when helps the kids, so I always want to be a cop. And it's been my dream, so I just wish it would come true in my future.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you. Well, they did a wonderful job, and thank you. And I think you have something for the mayor. Do you want to go out there? Do you guys want to go take that to the mayor? You can walk up there and give it to
I get it? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, look at there. This is the swearing in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys turn around so they can get a picture too of you with it. There, that's the swearing in. The mayor and our chief. I can text you.
Oh, you want one?
No, I just text you.
Okay.
No problem.
So, did I hear we have a little video we want to do yet?
Have a little video and that we want to show, so whenever Kevin is ready. Okay, come on, you guys, get the front row seat so you can watch this.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
You got to go up in the bucket truck? What?
I was not there, I was at your left camp.
Don't tell me you drove the ladder truck, too.
Oh, there you go. That takes some work there.
I think that was on my street. That was on my street. That's Founder's Path, isn't it? It was.
He didn't flashlight wipe some of that. Oh, I think that actually.
Good hit.
If you scrutinize Jordan and mention to those, there's fire paint on there.
Hydrant paint on.
Oh, I'm sure.
You got to ride the Zamboni?
Cool.
Wow.
Very cool.
I'm assuming maybe there's sound on the interwebs.
Listen, people.
Is that?
Yeah,
They look
we're
like
back
natural
live, yeah.
interviewers, yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the funnest things too is to see these guys become such good friends, right? The two of you, they called each other partners in crime.
You can come up,
They were
why don't you
really,
come on up here
really
for
fun.
pictures?
Aw.
So they didn't know each other prior to this?
No.
Oh.
And they've just become,
Well, they sure hit it off.
they have, yeah, they've just, like they said, we're partners in crime, and they just have done such a great thing. So we want to give you one of our challenge coins. So this is our police department challenge coin from the police department. So there's a badge in the front, and then if you look on the back, there's our patch and our badge. Thank you very much, you guys. All right, that's all. Thank you.
I just gotta say, from a staff perspective, thank you to Julie. She put a ton of effort into organize everything, and it was so much fun to have you guys around the whole summer. Really gonna miss you guys around here, so hope you guys had a good time. And just, you guys made this summer a lot of fun. Thank you.
I will just say from my perspective, hearing everyone was excited when you guys came to their department, and they all had a ball, and you guys kind of made their summer as well, just to kind of get them through. So thank you guys for coming and for being part of Chaska, for 8 weeks, but it seems like it was just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So,
You guys have set the bar extremely high for future work experiences. Jordan's already decided she's coming back to Chaska.
All right.
Actually, they already hit the mayor up to come back again.
yeah, there you go. Jordan already told me that she was coming back again. So, she had too much fun here. So I don't know, I said, that's other powers to be that makes that decision.
All right. Well, thank
So,
you.
thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. All right. Kevin, we don't have anybody else, right?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. And we don't have anybody else here for visitor presentation? Okay. We will move on then. What a fun program that. It just,
This summer
I don't know,
has
it just
been
was
an
pretty cool.
absolute blast. It
Yeah.
was
Is
a
that
lot of
video
fun.
on YouTube to watch again?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's, I
It
think
was
he made it
okay.
YouTube, so, yeah.
That's amazing.
Try to move past here. So now we're to approving previous meeting minutes from the August 1st meeting. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I would entertain a motion to approve the August 2nd meeting minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Again, approving the August 1st council meeting minutes. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we move to item 7, which are consent agenda items, which are items that don't necessarily need a conversation, but need our approval. And any or all can be pulled off for discussion purposes if need be. With that, or is there anyone that has anything they need to discuss about consent? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Second.
second by Councilmember McGraw. There is just one thing I forgot I want to mention. We performed our city administrator's annual review at our last meeting, and I just want to say, and you kind of heard it here from Brian, that we're very, very fortunate to have a Matt Podorowski here working for the city of Chaska. He does an excellent job. He not only works here, but this is he lives here. This is Chaska's as much as his community. He's a member of the, are you still the chair of the Rotary? You are the chair of the Rotary. He's the chair of Christmas in May. He just belongs to a ton of programs within. That just tells you the kind of person that he is. He's always willing to give and always willing to go the extra mile for the city of Chaska. So we're very fortunate. I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, that we had that at our August 1st meeting. I don't know if any of the other council members, you're more than welcome to say something, and if we're good, we're good. But we're just fortunate. So thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, hearing nothing else, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we move on. Item 8, which is, this is a public hearing. Adopt resolution 2022-99 approving the drainage and utility easement vacation on Outlot B for Pioneer Vista.
Mayor and Councilmember, this is an item that's coming out of the Planning Commission with a recommendation for approval. I'll turn over to Liz to talk about the specifics of it. Just a reminder, this is a public hearing.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just to clarify, this item is coming before you as only needing to be reviewed by the council, so the Planning Commission does not need to see drainage
My
and
mistake. Jeez.
So hence why we have a public hearing at the
It
council
didn't
level.
come from the Planning Commission.
No.
My mistake.
Yeah, drainage and utility easement vacations only require council action. But as Matt mentioned, we have an easement vacation request on the plat known as Pioneer Vista. This was the plat that was put in place with the Lennar Townhomes right off of Emerson Court and Clover Ridge Drive. The parcel immediately west on, actually I'll share my screen here just to make sense of all this. A part of the plat, there was an outlot, Outlot B, that was platted on the west side of Clover Ridge Drive, which is now the parcel that's being looked at or has been approved for an apartment project. Pretty typical to when outlots get platted, easements get placed over the entirety of them. If they have any uses on them that the city needs access to. So in this instance, there were 2 ponds that the city utilizes on that parcel, so there was an easement put in place over the entirety of Outlot B. So this is really a housekeeping item. Now that approvals have been done for an apartment project on Outlot B, it will be platted, or it has been approved to be platted and will be recorded as a new plat and a new lot, and will have its own drainage and utility easement over the outlot that remains for the wetland and the ponds. So the easement vacation that's being requested this evening is from the Pioneer Vista plat, which is the old plat for this site. So going forward, there will be a new easement placed over the portions that the city will own on as a part of the Clover Ridge Apartments project. So we're asking you to make a motion to approve or adopt the resolution approving the easement vacation for Pioneer Vista. Happy to answer any questions for you.
Discussions, questions for Liz? Okay. So this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead. Nobody else got anything, right? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing at 7:29. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on the subject of the drainage and utility easement vacation of Outlot B, Pioneer Vista? Seeing no one. Kevin, is there anyone? Kevin's not back there, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh. Is there anyone online, Kevin?
I think he's out there.
Oh, he is out there.
Yeah. I don't see any hands raised. I have
Okay.
a visual on the
All right.
Zoom.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:30. And with that, I would look for a motion on Resolution 2022-99.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hatfield,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard to, again, this is adopt Resolution 2022-99, approving the drainage and utility easement vacation of Outlot B of Pioneer Vista. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. All right, moves us to 8B, adopt Resolution 2022-105, approving concept plan for CloudHQ.
Mayor and Councilmember, the item in front of you tonight is in relation to the parcel that is just north of United Health Group and Stream Data in our West Creek Corporate Center location. This is a site that is currently owned by the Kelzer family and has been marketed for some time specifically for data centers. The item in front of you tonight is a concept plan. We do have representatives from the developer that are present here, and Liz will be going over this. This was recommended for approval from the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mayor and council members. We have a concept plan in front of us for the project known as CloudHQ, which is being proposed by CloudHQ and Kimley Horn. So as Matt mentioned, the site itself is located north of Engler Boulevard, north of West Creek Lane, where it steps off today. West Creek Lane is the main local road for the West Creek Corporate Center. There's three existing data centers within that corporate center. The 72-acre site, which is owned by the Kelzer family, is the site in question this evening for an additional data center. We have Clover Ridge, the development, residential immediately adjacent to this site. So on the north and east sides of the site is surrounded by residential. We have rural residential immediately west, and additional Clover Ridge development to the north there. So we're at the first step in the process of our three-step process. So they'll come back for 2 additional steps with the city if this moves forward. All of those steps do require Planning Commission and City Council review. So in terms of previous approvals on and around the site, the 3 previous data centers that have since been constructed were approved all the way back from 2010 up until 2016 for their site and building plans and plats. So United Health Group was the first data center to locate out there. They're a 250,000 square foot building, and then 2 stream data buildings at approximately 115,000 square feet total build out were also constructed within the West Creek Corporate Center. The Kelzer site did have a previous concept plan come through back in 2015 for a smaller scaled data center use. Then in 2017, they came forward with a preliminary site and building plan, a preliminary plat, and the rezoning of the property on the site, and that showed 4 separate data center buildings within that. They did not move on to final approvals for that, as the project just didn't go forward. But again, the site did get rezoned, and we are seeing a different concept plan tonight before us. In terms of the comprehensive plan and how it guides the site, we have a snippet on the right-hand side of the slide to show the comprehensive guidance. So the CloudHQ site, or the Kelzer site, is guided to be open space and business park. The open space is the green category, and the business park is the purple category on the map to the right here. Within the open space area, there was a 300-foot buffer required on the sides of the business park use adjacent to the residential, and that continues or will remain with the project site and has been implemented on the other side of United Health Group, so that will continue through with this proposal this evening. We did want to note that there is one area, kind of a little notch within the comprehensive plan that shows open space where they will be showing a building or development. And really what we want to point out with that is with the comprehensive plan, it is a guiding document. It is meant to guide the land uses for the city long term. It is intended to be flexible and responsive to changing conditions. And one of those is being able to look at a site and understand it from a technical standpoint in terms of the developability of such site. So as projects move forward in the development process, specifically as they get into more of the preliminary and technical phases of the process, additional information is revealed at that time. Wetland reports are done, topographical reports are done to understand any wetlands on the site. So there's a closer look at what the technical details and analysis of a site really are. So there are some instances where our comprehensive plan may differ compared to what comes out of a technical analysis of a site. And again, that happens in other areas of the city after more information is revealed on the site. So there may be areas that are actually developable that open space may be located on. So as we venture into the preliminary plan for this property, we'll start to understand additional details within the site and understand the developability of the actual site as they move forward. This is no different than another project that came through that showed a little bit difference in terms of what the comprehensive plans colorized delineation showed and what the developability of the property was, which was for the Oak Creek project just north of this project site. There was developable area discovered as details of the site was analyzed and showed that there was buildable area outside of wetland area in and around that site. So this would be no different as we continue moving forward on that. So the site in question is approximately 72 acres total. It is primarily an agricultural site, so it has been farmed for many years by the Kelzer family. They do own the homestead, which is on the smaller parcel within the farmland site, which has direct access onto Schoolmaster Drive from a gravel driveway. That will be abandoned as this project moves forward. Another item of note with this property is there is a transmission line easement that runs east to west that bifurcates the property. It's exactly 125 feet wide, so that covers the high line or transmission line electric poles that run through the property, and that will be maintained with this project as it moves forward. The access to the site will come from the south, from West Creek Lane, which is a public road, which will be extended just a mere amount to access the site. So what they're requesting is a concept plan approval for the construction of a 1.4 million square foot data center. They did conduct a neighborhood meeting several months ago within this year on February 15th to go over the project with any impacted neighbors of the project. They did have participation in that meeting, and some of the concerns or questions raised centered around the timing of the project, the construction of the berm and when that would occur, and the noise generation from this type of facility. So one access is shown into the site, and again, that would come from West Creek Lane to the south, which would be extended into a cul-de-sac on the south portions of the property. From there, they would extend a private drive to access the site, which would have its own security gate, which is set up similar to the other data center facilities to the south here. The building is situated mainly towards the western portion of the site. This will be one singular building at 1.4 million square feet in size. At its tallest point, it would be approximately 72 feet tall. They do propose to have circulation around the entire building, which will have parking on a couple areas of the site, an area on the east side, some on the west side, and a majority on the northwest side of the building. In terms of parking, they're showing 226 stalls with this site plan that's on this screen here. And when you compare that to the square footage, it doesn't really add up in terms of our normal parking requirement. However, these types of buildings don't generate nearly as much traffic and employees or parking count compared to a normal industrial facility. We've seen that take place on the properties to the south where there's a very minute amount of parking compared to the square footage of the building. So one of the things we'll have to work on as they prepare for a preliminary submittal is to provide a parking analysis for this facility to lay out the amount of employees, the frequency that the employees would be at the site, how often, for how many hours, kind of lay out those details for us to further understand their parking needs for the facility. But the initial intention is that the parking count would be able to sustain the use and the amount of people frequenting this site. The berm and what we also consider the 300-foot buffer is shown on the east and north sides of the site. The eastern side would essentially blend into a portion of that 300-foot buffer to the east there. The north side would be an entire 300-foot distance from the residential to the north there. They are showing approximately a 30-foot hill or berm within those areas, and then landscaping on top of that and around it to help with additional screening. So that is to basically screen the building and the majority of the parking there from the residential to the north and to the east. An element of this site plan is the mechanical equipment. With these types of facilities, you tend to see a large amount of cooler or coolant equipment for the building. They are showing those pieces or elements on kind of the south side of the building, these little circles on the site plan here. They do plan to screen those into the building design with a screen wall or within a penthouse for other mechanical equipment as well. So there are screening implementations that they do plan for, and we'll provide further detail on that in the preliminary. And then with this size of a facility, it does generate a huge electric need in order to support it. The substation, I forgot to mention, the substation, which is owned by the city, which is on the southwest side of the site, can only provide so much electric load for this facility. They will need to enhance that substation, as well as provide newer enhancements in and around the site to be able to provide the electric needs for this facility at full build-out. So that will be looked at more so in a phased approach as the building would need it, but there are phases that will occur at the front end of the construction of this building so that it can support the building and the electric needs.
I did want to talk about the electricity quick, because this building anticipates a load that's greater than our entire load in our city. So it needs to have electric infrastructure that's going to serve it, but it's ramped up in a way that we can phase this electric utilities. The first phase would actually be utilizing, we actually have one pad on our substation right now that's not being used. So that would be, we'd have, we're anticipating we'd have one additional 50 megawatt transformer that would be down on that site, so it wouldn't really require a lot of additional construction because it's there. Then we'd have a second phase that would bring in sort of a second 50 megawatts of transformation into that, and then there'll be a third phase that would eventually bring it up the rest of the way. And it would be done as it's ramped up, because these things don't start at full capacity, they sort of ramp up as they get built. This is large enough that we're actually working directly with our power agency, MMPA. They would actually be the ones that would own the substation and all the equipment to get entered. This would not go through our distribution system. So it's a different type of setup than we would typically see with an industrial building, where we would purchase the wholesale power and then put it through our distribution system. This would go directly as a wholesale to the customer, and there's a rate that's set up for that that we have through the agency. I will say that everything from an electric standpoint, if you remember, well, this has been quite a while ago now, but when we did the substation for United Health Group and the stuff there, one of the concerns of that was just the view shed from the neighborhood to the north. Nothing from neighborhoods that are either planned in the future to the west or to the south are really going to see any of this transformation equipment, because it's really sort of on property that's either screened by wooded steep slopes that are on the west side of the site or by the building itself. And I know Liz is going to get into sort of showing what that 30-foot berm looks like from the houses. There is really good screening that's occurring from the houses to the north, but the electric, our electric equipment for the substation won't even be visible from the neighborhoods to the north. But this is a major project for our agency. So we've been working very closely with these guys to make sure that we can meet all their needs and the timing that they have for doing this.
So clarifying what you said, because it made sense to me, I think, some of these, repeat what I said. So basically, since it's not running through our distribution system, in high demand times, nothing there would impact any of the service that any resident in Chaska would see.
Yeah, in essence, it's basically as if there's a dedicated substation to this facility. It's a little bit more complicated than that because it's sort of 3 phases, but for all practical purposes, it's sort of a dedicated substation. That seemed like a fair description of it? Yeah, all right.
And just to clarify, we're not building another substation, we're just
Oh, no, there would be.
There's gonna be
Oh, yeah.
a new one.
Yes,
Okay.
there likely in the end will be 3 substations in total, but they're all gonna be at the southwest
Okay,
side
but
of
they're,
this.
okay,
But they're not gonna be, only one more transformer can fit in our existing
Sure,
substation.
okay.
They would be farther to the south.
sure, okay, all right.
So getting into the overall look of the building and kind of what's conceptually planned at this point, we have a couple conceptual images on this slide to show kind of the end product, or very close to what the end product would look like. It would be a mix of glass, stainless steel paneling, and metal cabling for a green wall to grow up the sides of these buildings to really soften the edge and kind of the overall massing of the building itself. They're taking an approach to kind of fit into the other buildings that are in the West Creek Corporate Center by having kind of that strong presence of concrete massing, stainless steel as well in some of the accent elements to fit in out there. So they'll need to show in the preliminary submittal how they meet our building design and materials ordinance for industrial buildings. So getting into some of the views, as Matt mentioned, from the neighboring properties, they have provided a couple renderings as well as section drawings to really give you an understanding of the visual that you're going to see from these neighboring properties. So the first one shown here is from the east side, looking from the backyards of the east residential properties. Granted, this would be a berm with some plantings on it after a few years when they've had a chance to grow in, but gives you an understanding that much of what is going to be seen out there is minimal at best. A section cut drawing here as well, showing the distance from a scale standpoint, but also a view shed standpoint from that second level of the home, which would be the highest level to really view this facility from. So in essence, with the 30-foot tall berm and the mature landscaping above that, the sight line would be above, or wouldn't be able to see the building through the landscaping out there. Another view is from the north side, looking from the backyards of the northern residential properties with the berm and the mature landscaping there. So again, after years of growing in and being lush, the views from the north side would be minimal at best. And this is a section cut showing the distance and the view shed from the second floor of the homes there. So again, the closest part of the building will be kind of the shorter end of the building at 46, roughly 46 feet tall. The 72 feet in height is really the penthouse area of the building, which is effectively an architectural screen wall for the mechanical equipment within that, but effectively with the landscaping and the berming there, the views from the northern side would be pretty minimal. They also provided another view on the north side, mostly on the northeast portion of the site, kind of the second tier of residential to the north of their facility from the Sagewood development is what it's called, just to show what the view would be from there. And again, with the berming installed and the landscaping, there will be small portions of the building being able to be seen from that viewpoint. And another section cut drawing for us. So just a couple things to work on as they prepare for a preliminary. There's a couple areas for them to further evaluate for landscaping and potential berming needs, and we've highlighted those areas. The southeast portion of the site, there's an area between the transmission line and the corner of the site on the southeast side, in terms of not really knowing what that view shed is, so ensuring that this portion of the site is addressed appropriately. We also noted that the west side here, from a landscaping standpoint, should also be included in the screening for the overall site. Not necessarily looking at the 300-foot buffer here, as there's no adjacent residential here, but mostly just to provide an adequate landscaping edge there.
One thing I think is important to understand is, so the area that's to the west of the building there, the property line, that's our greenbelt designation area there. And so what we would anticipate is going to happen there in the future is sort of the conservation design method, where you'd see 40% of it, 30 or 40? 40%?
30%.
30%. 30% would develop.
Yep.
70% would remain undeveloped. If you look at, in what we do, it's sort of like Chevelle, where you can't just look at just one property, you really have to look at a whole area. If you look at the whole area that's out there, this would not be the place that you would actually put the building eligibilities, because right next to that is wetland. So basically everything right there is all wetland, and then as you get up, there's a creek that's right there that sort of along there, and it's wetlands off of that, and then it's wooded steep slope that's actually going up right there. So you'd most likely see the development that would actually occur to the northwest of there, right up in that area. So, there's really, in essence, not going to be any development that butts right up to that, because it's just not developable soil.
So when you were saying the additional substations, you're saying south, so you're saying right?
Right, go farther south, right there.
Okay. Which there's nothing there either. So.
No, and we're in the process now of talking with the adjacent property owner too, because we probably would have the need for also the property that's just adjacent to that too. So just to the west of that was right there. So the thing that makes that area sort of appealing is that there's a 115 kV transmission line that goes right in between those two properties that substations can tap into.
Who owns those kV, those 115 kV transmission lines?
The one on the west, there's actually 3 transmission lines going through this area. The big one, the 230, is XL.
That's the one, the east-west one?
That's the east-west one. The north-south one that we were just pointing out there is XL.
Okay.
And then there's one on the west side of the site that's GRE.
Just a couple other things as they move on to preliminary. They'll have to work on a couple analyses related to the overall parking need for the site, as well as the noise generation from this facility. So they'll have to...
When you're talking noise, is that operational or during construction?
Mainly operational. With the amount of mechanical equipment that's required for these types of buildings, there's a sense of how much noise is going to be coming out of those pieces of equipment. So we'll need to understand what the screening and noise mitigation methods are going to be around that, but also what's coming out, and
it's not a whole lot different than when we did United Health Group. There was a lot of equipment in there that we went through the same process.
This is just a lot bigger, so I think that noise analysis will be important.
Oh, yeah.
And then related to the zoning district that they're in, so it did get rezoned back in 2017 to a planned industrial district. There are specific regulations within the PID 7 that regulate height, so they will have to amend the zoning ordinance in order for the height that they're proposing to adhere out there. There might be other components within that, but that's the one that we can foresee at this time right now with the existing zoning. And then lastly, they need to work on an environmental review for this project. They're working on an AUAR, which stands for an alternate urban area-wide review, which is essentially a hybrid of the environmental review process. So of this size and caliber of a project with, being industrial and over a certain square footage threshold, they are required to do an environmental review as a part of this project. So they have started that process. The city is the RGU, or the regional governmental unit for that AUAR to get it through the process. And that usually takes several months to get through that process and receive the public comment during the public commentary period. So they will be working on that up until their preliminary submittal with us. You will, actually one item that you approved this evening was to allow that AUAR piece to go forward and to be published, to be a part of a public comment process. So you will see that one more time to adopt the final AUAR in the next several months here. So that'll be another piece that they'll have to work on and complete as they approach a preliminary submittal and review with us. So with that, we're asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2022-105, which is approving the concept plan for CloudHQ, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that resolution. Happy to answer any questions. We do also have the development team here if you have any questions for them.
Questions?
So one quick question. So now the United Health data center, they use a different cooling technology than what's planned in this site, because I remember they dug up, I know, a really deep hole in the ground and put in a lot of equipment that was, I would guess, geothermal or something like that. What's the approach that's being taken here? Because it doesn't look like that same approach is being used, at least not externally from the site plan.
They did, just for clarification, they did not use geothermal in the UHG. They used water coolant technology.
Okay.
So they put a big water tank in the back.
So basically it's a big water tank down there, okay. But it was a huge tank that's underground though.
No, it's above ground.
It is above ground? Because I remember they were digging a huge pit for it, but anyway, that's, yeah. But I guess, what's the technology in this one?
So our cooling technology for this building is going to be air-cooled chillers. And so that's all the equipment you saw on the roof in that diagram. Because of the size of this building, a water-cooled system is just such a massive amount of water needed that it's just not practical.
Okay.
Their facility is a bit smaller than ours, so it made sense for them. But ours is an air-cooled system, so it's basically running on power versus being cooled using water.
Okay, and do you guys have tenants identified already? I'm not asking you who, but.
We're working with several. So our tenants, and I'm happy to give a background on the company since we're new to the city, but we're typically working with the big cloud providers. So Oracle, Amazon, Google, Apple, all those groups that are providing cloud services to civilian and government agencies. So happy to, I can answer questions first and then go to the background, whatever you guys prefer.
Actually,
Why don't you go ahead and then we'll kind of spin questions through that.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Brett Burnett. I'm the development manager for CloudHQ handling this project. Glad to be back here in the city. Feel like we were just in this room a couple days ago. But it's been great working with Matt and Nate and Liz to get to this point. And we're really excited to be here developing, hopefully, a great project in the city. And we'll continue to work together with staff to make sure that it's successful. So since we're new to the community here, just to give a little bit of background on the company, we're a global company that specializes in the design, development, and operation of best-in-class carrier neutral, meaning multiple fiber providers, network providers per building. Hyperscale data center facilities, meaning housing equipment used for the storage and utilization of data by some of the world's largest cloud internet providers. Since our inception in 2016, our team has built and leased 2.4 million square feet of data center space, comprised of 320 megawatts of capacity across 6 buildings. Our global headquarters is located in Washington, D.C., and we have additional offices. Our European headquarters is in London. We have additional offices in Frankfurt, Germany, and Sao Paulo, Brazil as well. Existing and planned campuses for us include London, Paris, Frankfurt, Sao Paulo, Chicago, Ashburn, Virginia, and many other markets that are undergoing active due diligence and going through the development process. So prior to forming CloudHQ, our CEO and management team founded and operated DuPont Fabros Technology from 1996 to 2017, when it was acquired by the largest data center REIT, Digital Realty, which you may be familiar with. DFT completed 12 data centers in Virginia, the Chicago area, and Santa Clara, California, as well as planned other developments in Toronto, Phoenix, and Oregon as well. In addition to the design elements that you saw that we used to ensure this project would be a benefit to the community, there's many other aspects of this proposed project that will bring great value to the city and other surrounding areas that I wanted to touch on quickly. So some of the major benefits of data center projects, which you're likely familiar with since you have several in the area, are the increase in the property tax base, increase in jobs coupled with limited demand for public services such as schools, police, and fire and rescue. This building will take 1.5 to 2.5 years for full construction and will employ roughly 1,000 construction workers during that time. Many of these are highly skilled technical positions needed for data center type construction projects. And much of the time frame, a benefit of these types of projects is much of the time frame for the project will be work completed internal to the building. So we'll come in, do the site work, construct the berm, and then build the shell of the building, which is relatively quick compared to the overall time frame for the process. And then the rest of that work is internal technical processes that aren't going to emit noise to the surrounding residents and items like that. The large increase in workers coming to the area for an extended period of time will bring a significant financial benefit to local businesses such as hotels, restaurants, convenience stores, and retail shops, as well as service providers. In addition, our building will create 75 to 100 permanent jobs in technical positions needed to run the facilities long term. 60 to 80 of these jobs will be for skilled, high-earning professionals with an average annual single employee salary greater than the local median household income. These operating employees will include mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, computer engineers, security personnel, maintenance personnel, and real estate property managers. We anticipate that a significant number of these will choose to live close to the subject property given the 24-hour nature of our facilities. The financial benefits of this project, of this scale to the city of Chaska and Carver County are tremendous. The CloudHQ investment in this campus will be well over $1 billion. Between utility taxes and real estate taxes, our project will provide several $100 million of tax revenue to local jurisdictions over the useful life of the building. Another advantage of the project is the significantly reduced traffic to our site as compared to a similar industrial type use. So our buildings see roughly 75% fewer traffic trips than a similar size industrial distribution type project. It is rare for these data center buildings to have more than 100 employees in them at any one time. It's a 24-hour facility, but they're working different shifts, so it doesn't really lead to any impact, noticeable impact to local traffic congestion. So given the extensive improvements proposed to this mostly vacant property, the substantial financial benefit to the city of Chaska, Carver County, and in turn its residents, as well as the minimal negative impacts to the surrounding community, particularly when compared to other alternative uses that I mentioned, and CloudHQ's strong reputation for developing high-quality projects in the U.S. and beyond, we believe this project is an ideal fit for this location. And thank you all for your time. Happy to answer any other questions that you guys might have.
Questions?
So what of the, I mean, this is more of, I think it's a couple comments as well, but one question I had, and this is kind of a somewhat esoteric question, why gray? Why is the exterior of the building primarily gray?
It's just our CloudHQ branding.
Okay.
That's what the architect and our branding team selected.
So somewhat arbitrary to some degree. Okay. I think overall, I mean, one of the things I'm really appreciative of is that, you know, you went to the neighbors, the residents, and got feedback. This is one of the things that does impress me about this particular concept plan is that it's got probably one of the largest berms I've seen in our city. It's also one of the largest buildings too, but that said,
Yeah,
you
the
know.
berm is like 3 stories tall.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the largest berm I've ever seen on a concept plan. And for the residents, I'm sure they're appreciative of it because, you know, that 300-foot setback plus the berm, I mean, that gives all a lot effectively distance space and also a hill that will absorb a lot of the sound and noise that's going to be more of a background kind of thrum than anything else. So I think that's great. It's phenomenal, and I think that's one of those things that, you know, I wish more new projects came in with that kind of that vision of being good neighbors. So I think that's really positive. And one of the other things I do appreciate from a, you know, kind of even a design perspective is that there's actually this use of greenery on the side of the building too to kind of offset the fact that it's big, you know, it could be just like giant ephes slabs, but you know, you guys have kind of taken a little different approach with this and said, you know, let's actually try to put some green, not just around the building and plant some things almost like token shrubbery, but really kind of like, you know, get that building green and kind of, you know, give it that, you know, that natural sort of feel against it, which also sort of mitigates, you know, some of the noise as well. But I'm appreciative of kind of where you guys are coming from that design perspective. So just want to thank you guys for taking the time to do that and to make, you know, to make that investment there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I made the comment to them last week as, I mean, we just had this discussion, what was it, a month and a half ago when we had our joint session about how we'd like developers to host neighborhood meetings. I'd like developers to take a lesson from these guys, because, I mean, they had the neighborhood meeting back in February and gave the neighbors plenty of opportunity to be able to come back. If people wanted specific renderings from their house in particular, they'd go and actually do a rendering from their house, communicate with people directly. They've done one of the best jobs I've seen a developer actually do neighborhood engagement of anybody I've seen. And they didn't even submit the plans for review until several months after they completed the work with the neighbors.
I mean, I think it's, that part is really awesome that you're way out in front of the project, that you get to control the narrative, what happens, instead of people finding it out and going, oh my God, there's a 1.4 million square foot building going in. Well, you already got in front of that. You've already came out and approached that, and that's the part that doesn't happen often, and it's really great to see that, because I mean, you probably let residents know before some of the staff knew that we were talking about a building of that size. So I think it's good, but and in the same sense, I haven't heard anybody saying, what are you doing letting a building that size come into this community? I'm excited. I think it's awesome. I just think that setting for that is the perfect setting. I mean, all the way around for it. I mean, you've already touched on it, but I always talk about it, that we have that large of a building and the traffic impact is minimal. I mean, it's no more than a school event being let out, you know. So those are all important factors, and, you know, just to have that size of building and the usages for it are kind of exciting, even though chances are we're not going to know who it is for the most part. But that's just, we're used to that with data centers, you know, that's just the way it is. And,
Yeah.
But it's just nice that we've got, now that whole area is designed for that, and it's just these buildings that are there, and they're great neighbors. We rarely have a complaint from them, so it's awesome. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see. Now, did I hear this is tip-up construction?
It's
Generally, aren't they blocked?
precast concrete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think all the other ones were concrete block, weren't they? They weren't tip-ups.
No, I think there was components of them that were different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the kind words. It's been great going through the process so far. It's hard to believe we were here in February. It seems like not that long ago, but city staff has been great to work with, and we're developing in a lot of different areas, like I said, and we're not trying to hide. It's a big building. A lot of the buildings we do are big because we're dealing with, some of the biggest cloud providers in the world, but we really want to be parts of these communities that we're going into. And so for us, it was great to be there and field questions by email and in person. And that last rendering, the Clover Ridge, I believe, was one that somebody had asked for from their home. So it's, like you said, it's just good for us to be out there and introduce ourselves, help people understand the benefits of the project, and we're certainly excited for it as well.
Yep. I think one of the testaments to the fact that you guys did a really good job is the fact that, this room isn't filled with a bunch of angry neighbors with flaming pitchforks. So, we've seen that before too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's one of those things when they hear about something, they feel like, oh my gosh, we're being blindsided. It fills up this room pretty quickly. So I think that says a lot about the fact you're getting in front of it. So, they're doing a great job with that. So thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I just have maybe one question, just with what you had stated as your company background and the service providers, and some of them being governmental. I'm assuming, because you've given great care, I'll echo all of the thoughts and sentiments of the other council members and mayor up here with what I've been reading, but security, safety, because cloud data can be a high target, and it can be a physical target to a building of that size. I'm assuming we've kind of given careful consideration in regards to that.
Yeah, we have. We have a lot of systems in place to protect these facilities. I think I mentioned that we have government cloud providers because we do in the portfolio. I think this is an unlikely location geographically to have that. This is probably going to be a public cloud client that we have here. But absolutely, security is very important for us. Obviously, it's a very large dollar figure investment that we're putting in and our customers are putting in as well. So physical security, we actually operate the buildings. So we're there with our tenants. We have an entire security team that's there. And it starts with, cameras at the entrance. You saw the entrance gate, checking badges, making sure everyone's properly identified before they go into the facility. So it's critical to what we do, and it's something that we're thinking about long before we ever start construction.
Great, that's wonderful. Yeah, just the proximity to the residential, just wanting to make sure that was, I would assume that was given careful consideration just from what you guys have done already historically.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I caught in the beginning, you had said you'd built like 2.4 million square feet of data centers already. No, this is half of that alone. Is this going to be one of your larger projects done?
Well, we are about to start construction on this same building in Northern Virginia, 1.4 million square feet. That will start probably a little bit before this one does. And the figure I gave is just completed construction. We have all of our facilities range between 700,000 square feet and 1.4 million square feet. And we have one under construction in London right now, one in Germany, one in Brazil, about to start the one in Ashburn that I mentioned. So it's DFT, the company that I mentioned before, built 12 facilities, and then they sold that company. CloudHQ is still relatively young, and these projects, they're very large, so they take time to go through the approval process and get them built. But that number, the 2.4 million, is going to be double very shortly. So this is a big project for us for sure, but we're doing the same one. We're actually, we've already started site work for it. So the building itself is pretty close to being fully entitled. So it won't be the first one.
And while we're talking that, it seems like you're going to be pretty aggressive with this. You're going to keep moving this thing along right away and even start moving dirt maybe by next year?
Yeah, ideally, we're hopefully coming back here for preliminary in November, submit in October, come back November, and then hopefully final by January and start moving dirt in the spring.
Awesome.
So,
Okay.
And you will see, like I said, to me, there's really two components of this that we're involved with as a city. And one is the planning side of it, obviously, but one is the utility side of it too. And so you're gonna see stuff come back from staff, I mean, related to this, but being directed from us, that has to do with the infrastructure side.
Right. Probably getting that transformer.
Yeah,
ordered
no, we won't be purchasing that. That's gonna be
That'll be
MMPA
MMPA.
that would actually purchase it. So, but we're gonna be facilitating a lot of that.
But let me see, who's the president of MMPA? Oh, never mind. He is. So he'll have his figures in it some way or another.
Well, and part of this is that we want to help facilitate this from a local standpoint too, because obviously at the end of the day, we're the ones that look at it.
Right.
So we want to make sure that it works good for us and works good for our system too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of building. So. All right, anything else?
Well, thank you
All
for
right,
choosing.
And like I want to say, and it's already been touched, this is concept. This is just, hey, does it look like it's something that we're interested in? And clearly we are. And now they start refining, and we'll see them back in preliminary, and we're talking like maybe November. So, and hopefully have a final plan all done by January. So we'll see this a few more times, and this is just step one. So.
absolutely. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you for choosing our community, guys.
Thank you.
Will the environmental study, I'm not gonna get the acronym correct.
AUAR.
Yeah.
So
Will
that
be
comes back
complete
through.
when the preliminary comes through, or no?
Roughly around the same time.
is it-
Yeah, typically right before the preliminary comes through.
Yeah, because you can't zone it until
Right.
that's actually done.
Yep, you
Okay.
have to
Yeah, just
adopt it
curious.
Yeah.
before, so.
So that can get done in that time period then?
Yeah, so we won't see the preliminary probably for several months. I think we have it targeted maybe around November, December, until we see the AUAR and the preliminary roughly around that same time.
Okay. All right, somebody willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Grau. Again, this is adopt resolution 2022-105, approving concept plan for CloudHQ. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to 8C, adopt resolution 2022-100, ordinance 1020, approving the preliminary site and building plan and zoning ordinance amendment for Hazeltine Plaza Apartments.
And actually, I might make a request to flip two of the items here. We have a zoning ordinance amendment for the Plan Development District.
I was wondering why that was,
Should have been before Hazeltine
that's
Plaza.
that's what I was thinking too.
Yep, that's how I,
I think at this point, and I don't know if the city attorney may advise otherwise, that change would have had to happen at adoption of the agenda, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think we can proceed as planned.
Well, what are we gonna be able to approve that?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay,
yeah, we can proceed as is. That's fine.
all right.
All right.
Who's got it, Liz?
I do, yep. Just give me a second.
Matt had to step away, he's got a family function that he has to leave for tonight, so he's gone for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We have a preliminary site and building plan and zoning ordinance amendment in front of us for the Hazeltine Plaza Apartments project, which is being proposed by Trident Development. So the site in question is the remaining vacant site within the Hazeltine Plaza development adjacent to Kohl's. You have Hunter Mark Road on the eastern side of the property, and then Hazeltine Boulevard to the north. The other tenants within Hazeltine Plaza consist of Aldi's, Chipotle and Starbucks, and McDonald's. So again, this is roughly a 4-acre site that's remaining within the retail center. Other adjacencies are the Hazeltine Golf Course just to the east. You also have the Loop Golf Course to the northeast, the Goodman Group's building to the north, additional multifamily residential to the west, and commercial to the south. So we're at the second step in the process. This is more of the technical review and zoning ordinance amendment portion. They'll still have another step with the city for final. I'm not going to get into too much of the background here, just more of the recent approvals that have occurred in and around the site. Back in 2018 is when the latest approval happened within the Hazeltine Plaza development, where Aldi's, Chipotle, and Starbucks were approved in 2018, and they have since been constructed. Then in March of 2022, so this year, we did approve the concept plan for the Hazeltine Plaza Apartments. So now we're seeing the second step in the process this evening. Just a visual of kind of those approvals through the years. Kohl's was the first to locate out there. Then you had Park Dental just to the southwest, and then McDonald's in 2012, and then 2018 had the Aldi's, Chipotle, and Starbucks. So the site in question is a 4.74 acre site. It's currently owned by Chaska Investment. The zoning for the site was put in place with the Hazeltine Plaza development, which is a planned commercial district number 15, so PCD 15. The intent of that district is to create high-quality, pedestrian-friendly lifestyle retail center that serves the day-to-day needs of the Chaska residents for retail goods and services. Permitted uses involve kind of the general retail type users out there. So we are asking for an amendment to that PCD 15 as a part of this request this evening to include multifamily residential. The use today, as you can see on this aerial, is it is primarily used as a parking lot.
Hey Liz, just a comment, just because if someone's viewing this or looks at this, the darker shaded cement where it says site, that's just darker shaded cement. Because every time I see it, or what is?
Well, yeah.
It's actually a grass.
It is grassy area, yeah.
Okay, because every time I see that square or that shape,
I go, why is
want to
it
think
there?
it's a building.
So do I.
So,
Because if you look at the building plan, it's an elevator.
Well, in
That's where they were
fact,
going to build.
that
was where
site
they
was
were.
actually originally planned for junior box retail. And so the intention, if that had proceeded, would be that that would be the spot for that.
that makes sense, because it just, every time I look at that, it just looks like it's a subset, that clarity helps, thank
Yep.
you. And now that I think about it, that is grass, yes.
Also should mention the site access points to this site. There are 2 access points on Hunter Mark Road that exist today. Those will be maintained with this site plan that's being presented. There's 2 other points in Hazeltine Plaza that are also on Hazeltine Boulevard. So what's being requested is a preliminary site and building plan, which would be for a market rate rental 4-story apartment building totaling 112 dwelling units. The second part of the request is for a zoning ordinance amendment to PCD 15, which would allow for the multifamily residential use. So getting into the guidance for this property, the 2040 comprehensive plan guides it to be mixed residential. And what that entails is the integration of more than one land use, either vertically or horizontally, There's a multitude of land uses that are allowed under that land use guidance, which pertain to residential, commercial, office, civic, park, and open space. For the residential component, it can range anywhere from the low density up to the high density, with a range of 3 to 40 dwelling units per acre. Residential should represent a minimum of 75% of the mixture of that area. So as we get into kind of how it fits the comprehensive plan does allow for that multifamily use out there, so what's being proposed is consistent with that. As we get into the development standards that fall under our planned residential development district of the code, which we see with these newer apartment projects coming through here, it talks about density, building setbacks, lot coverage, common open space, et cetera, that I'll get into. But the PCD, the general PCD zoning ordinance does allow for multifamily use within it. This specific PCD doesn't, but we can amend it to include it. But just want to make that reference that our general PCD ordinance does allow for multifamily use. So including it would not be atypical or inappropriate. And when the PCD talks about multifamily within it, it does divert back to the PRD development standards. So those are the standards I'll get to in these next few slides. Again, talking about those various components. The density refers back to the comprehensive plan, so they are within the threshold of what's guided out there. As we get into the building setbacks, this may be a refresher from the other apartment projects, but the building setbacks detailed within the PRD zoning district states that the building setback shall be at least 30 feet or the height of the building. The height of the building is 43 feet in this instance, so they would have to show a 43-foot setback from their property lines. However, they are showing setbacks that meet the PCD 15 development guidelines or development standards for this area, which they're meeting in their site plan. So the PRD standards, they're not meeting based on the building height at 43 feet. The lowest building setback that they're showing within the site is 20 feet from their western property line. They're also showing another 25-foot setback from the north property line. But again, they're meeting the setbacks that are laid out within the PCD 15 development standards. So relating to our analysis of meeting the PRD standards, again, they're showing meeting the PCD 15, which has an intent to provide a more pedestrian-friendly layout and lifestyle type center within this area. So the setbacks really reinforce that intent of the code out here in terms of keeping the buildings as close to each other as possible. So again, the building being proposed and the site plan being proposed falls in line with that. And then reverting to the comp plan and the guidance for this area, it does look at the integration of more than one land use. So this being a retail area, the integration of a multifamily use would help reinforce the comprehensive plan's guidance for this area to include residential within the retail district. So as it relates to staff's analysis, we do feel that the PCD 15 development standards and the setbacks that are laid out within that are more appropriate for this project to meet versus the PRD standards. In terms of lot coverage, they do meet the 20% maximum for the site. So they're proposing 18% of the lot being covered by buildings. As it relates to Florida area ratio, again, the Florida area ratio, 0.5 is recommended from the PRD development standards. They are proposing 0.69 based on the size of building. As we look at the PCD 15 development standards specific to this retail center, it does not define Florida area ratio requirements for this area. The proposed project exceeds the FAR requirements for the PRD standards, but meets what the PCD 15 lays out for this site. So getting back to the comprehensive plan guidance for the site, for the use and the density, it is consistent with that, and the introduction of multifamily to this area would be a benefit to the retail center. It would help bring vitality to the retail uses out there, being able to provide expendable incomes that are near these facilities. So the addition of the residential is appropriate and would be a benefit. It should also be noted that all the other site design requirements related to parking, landscaping, usable open space, and a couple others are being met with this proposal. So we believe that the Florida area ratio that they're proposing is appropriate as proposed. As it relates to common open space, they are meeting the requirements for this size of facility, and they exceed what's laid out within the PRD standards. Getting into the overall site plan and what's being proposed, again, the building is a 4-story building. It's an L-shaped building, which is mainly oriented to the north and the east portions of the site. It will contain 112 dwelling units that will be market rate. They are meeting the city's parking ordinance in terms of 2 parking stalls per dwelling unit, so they are proposing 233 total stalls, 102 of which will be covered or underground. 102 of which will be surface parking, and then 131 which will be covered or underground. There is a reciprocal easement agreement that exists on the property and within Hazeltine Plaza that Kohl's has the authority to, so they must review and approve any new project within the Hazeltine Plaza area. So they have engaged in conversations with Kohl's, which Kohl's has provided their initial consent on this project, and that is a supplement in your packet. So they are favorable of the project moving forward. There was comments in the concept plan of this to ensure that there was clear separation between the apartment buildings parking and the retail centers parking, which we feel that the site design provided does capture that concept and an idea into their design in terms of how the landscaping and the planting islands really separate the surface parking from the overall retail center. In addition to that, they will have signage to help further reinforce the use of these stalls to be only used by the residents of the apartment building. There's a couple stalls on the northwest side, and it's just due in fact to kind of the weird layout of this lot. It will have existing parking stalls from Hazeltine Plaza, but they will have use and ownership over those, and again, they'll also be signing these appropriately for the site. Another item of note was ensuring that there was clear pedestrian connections in and around the site. They're showing a variety of sidewalk connections in and through the site that would connect into the public trail that runs along Hazeltine Boulevard and Hunter Mark Road on a couple areas here. There will be internal trails connecting the amenity areas as well as the parking lots, and where crosswalks or pedestrians cross pavement, they will further define those areas with concrete and markings to ensure that these are safe crossing locations for pedestrians across the site.
I just want to note on that point, one of the things that came up with the Planning Commission was the area, Liz, I guess adjacent west, yep, there we go, to the building, and how that may be a desire path or a desire line for pedestrians to cross there. And sort of the request of the developer to take a closer look at how the design of that should function and look. So I know that's something that, at least at the planning commission meeting, the developer, and he's nodding his head now, is willing to take a closer look at that and see if we can maybe tweak that going into final.
I think that was a question out of the council as well.
That was a question
That was
for me.
That was a concern of that,
Yep.
same thing.
Yep. And related a little bit to that, with the access into the site, the access points will be maintained from Hunter Mark Road. In terms of keeping that access open, they do propose a breezeway through the building to provide that contiguous access through the apartment site, but then connecting into Hunter Mark Road and into the overall retail center. The other access point is also being maintained to the south here, which will be the primary truck access for Kohl's, so that will be maintained, and then have access to the underground parking for the apartment building. Related to the breezeway, there were concerns about the noise that could be generated from cars passing through the building and the echoing. The developer has stated in their plans that they do plan to construct this breezeway area to have sound mitigation classification within it, so that residential units above it would not hear much. They also provided more intentional design to the programming of the building internally, so that the areas immediately adjacent on the first level here are either parking or common space that the residents can use. So there are no residential units on the first level here, which would primarily have more of that noise concern. But the second and third levels, which would be directly adjacent and above the breezeway, would have those construction pieces implemented with them to help with noise mitigation. The truck access, again, will be maintained. They have done analysis on the movements around this area, and trucks can still back in and out of this area with ease, so there's no issues with that. They also completed a traffic analysis with this preliminary plan to evaluate the access points and the generation from this use and density. The conclusion of that study did indicate that operations will still be well maintained out there in terms of access points and turning movements, so there are no concerns with the proposal. I think it was also noted that the proposal generates traffic less compared to if this would be fully developed as retail.
I'll just comment, since this is up there, I don't think there's a solution, but I'm not a huge fan of semi-truck delivery traffic coming in as you're going to your underground parking space. Right, because if I'm understanding it correctly, that would, if I have underground parking there, I'm coming in the same entrance as a semi-truck delivering something to Kohl's, correct?
Yep.
I mean, again, with the shape and the space, I think it's limited.
And it's also, isn't there an ability for somebody to get to the other side of the, like where the dental office is, through that back way?
Yes.
I believe so,
it's-
yep.
It's a route as well to get over to
Right.
the other side of the site
Yep.
completely.
So you're getting some mix already today.
Yeah, because yeah.
Although, that said, I mean, because now you're taking, that would be a really awkward route, because you're now kind of hugging the side of the building to go effectively around the backside.
Yeah,
right?
but I
mean,
personally
I get
know
what
a
you're saying.
person that said that that's how they get to the other side of Kohl's.
Okay.
So, just saying, people do take that route.
I take that route all the time.
Oh, because you're basically following behind the building.
Yeah, you're going
versus
behind the building
Yeah.
as opposed to where the pedestrians are walking in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
So,
kind of-
yeah, I mean, that's just like the one thing,
I-
this is a little bit of that question.
I guess I would just add that I don't know, I don't think semis are going in and out of there that
Not that
frequent.
much.
I
True.
mean,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't be surprised that they're more later evening. I'm just speculating, but I don't know that they unload overnight or, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, that's something we can certainly maybe get a little bit more information on, but from our understanding, it is a less frequent truck delivery route. But we can
And
certainly.
it impacts the residents who would live there, and they would know that before renting, right? I mean, so there's some of that now. There's
It's
a
not like
public.
you're, it's not like you're adding it.
Correct. There is a public safety hazard that impacts us all to some degree, but I'm just curious, like, it's not a huge sticking point for me, it's more of an observation. Other than dramatically flipping the route, I don't really know where else you could access underground parking, so it's kind of a comment without a solution potentially, but I'm acknowledging that that's an interesting mingle of traffic needs.
Now, the lane that would be east-west, because we're looking at it sideways, I guess this way, is, that lane is basically that driveway is effectively 3 lanes wide, right? So, I mean, that should be, it's more than enough room to, navigate, because, I guess there's only one that's going eastbound into the facility, and 2 that are outbound, so, I don't know, I just see the amount of traffic going that back way, there's so little traffic going that back way. Yeah, I just don't see it being too much of an issue.
Let's see, what else? Signage for the site, they'll be proposing 1 monument sign. There might be 1 wall sign as well, just based on what they're showing. That'll have to go through a separate approval process with the city to meet our code. The monument sign for Hazeltine Plaza, there's currently 1 right off of Hunter Mark Road, and where it's shown on the site plan here, that will be maintained as a part of the overall plan so that they don't have to relocate that moving forward. Other site planning pieces for this project in terms of landscaping, usable open space lighting, and stormwater requirements are being met. Related to usable open space, I'll get to a zoomed-in perspective as well, but they do propose 4 separate areas for outdoor usable open space. One is a dog run on the northwest portion of the building. Just immediately adjacent to that and elevated is an outdoor patio on the top level of the building, which will have prime views into the Loop Golf Course there. Then towards the front entrance of the building and in that yard space area, they plan to have a putting green, a tot lot, and an open patio area for the residents to enjoy. And then south of the site, they will have additional open area with a pergola, some walking paths, and some elevated landscaping over there as well for people to utilize. And this is,
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
So question, we're talking about the monument sign that's out in front. How big is that surface area of the actual lit area of that sign?
How much of it is?
How large is the surface area of the lit area? Because I know this is a backlit sign, right? Because it's a cover with, lights inside of it. Sorry, the thing that comes to mind is that episode of Seinfeld where the Kenny Rogers chicken opens in front of Kramer's apartment and the lights flashing there.
Right.
You guys have seen this. So I'm just thinking of that the residents there are gonna have this light that's there, and does it turn off at night? I'm just kind of wondering.
Yeah, and I believe the developer took a look at this as well as they were contemplating whether or not that sign would need to be relocated. And from the view sheds and how the sign lines up with the units is that shouldn't be an issue. I might have them speak to it a little bit more. I don't know the exact square footage of the actual lit portion of the sign, but I would imagine it's somewhere around 100 square feet.
Okay, I'm just kind of wondering about it because I know that there's different lighting strategies for it, and that said, if remaining the way it is probably okay, just probably a little more analysis around that. But the sign is.
Like by the.
Can you circle
If you
where the
could
sign is?
Yep,
listed?
it's right here.
Yeah. So Because the one thing I wouldn't advocate would be using the ground lit, the ground lit strategies, because I know that when we had on Pioneer Point, probably this is like 15 years ago, Pioneer Point used to have those ground lit ones, and what happens is you're driving by, that would basically shine into like the eyes of drivers coming by. So I wouldn't want that to be the case here, because that actually is more problematic for drivers and potentially residents. But being, internally lit's probably okay, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, if that's, if that's gonna be a problem, because the elevation here basically shows it as a opaque, non-lit sign as far as the architectural elevation.
I mean, I don't know, I look at it as it's their sign on their property. They're gonna make it work for their residents.
Sure.
And today's lighting is so, I mean, they can make it light exactly what they want it to light, so I don't know, I guess I'm not too worried about the monument sign myself, but.
It's a good observation. Insightful reference.
Can't find it, I saw it once, but I don't know.
Yeah, we might have a couple other renderings here to show kind of the scale between that I
There
can get to.
was, I feel like I saw
Yeah.
that in my.
It's there.
Which one is that on?
Let's see
Yeah,
here.
it's architectural.
It's the architectural plans, but
That's the architectural.
Yeah, you can see it in,
It's like
in
page
this
2.
rendering here.
But that's just a sign for their building, right?
No, that's the Coles.
No, that's
That's the-
for
they have to
Hazelton
do the
Plaza.
Oh, that's,
Yeah,
that's where.
That sign exists today,
Right.
as you drive up there.
Yep.
And the intention or the plan is, and what the developer's proposing is that sign would remain as is effectively post-development.
I mean, it's not like, it's
is
not a
it red?
showstopper, but something just to be cognizant
It
of.
is,
Sorry.
it is an internally lit sign
Yeah.
today.
Yep. But I know the developer has kind of analyzed that, so I'm sure they can provide a little bit more commentary related to that and how they plan for it. Yeah, that's just more of a zoomed-in perspective of some of those usable open space areas if we need to refer back. Getting into the design of the building, they do propose to use glass, LP Smart Side, and a couple different applications on the building, utility brick, and then split face block for some of the foundational pieces. With the brick that they propose to use, they are choosing a Chaska brick blend for it, so it can fit into the overall community context, but also into Hazelton Plaza. You do see that brick blend present on some of the buildings within Hazelton Plaza. So there's a nod to their own branding here, but also to help fit into the overall context they're locating in. They also chose a flat roof concept to also seamlessly fit into the Hazelton Plaza area, which all of the buildings out there are flat roof in design. Related to our building design and materials ordinance, multifamily buildings require a certain level of Class 1. And utility brick, which they're proposing, is a Class 2 material. They are making an argument to get approval to utilize the utility brick as a Class 1 or as flexibility in terms of their overall design. Basically, what they're arguing is that the utility brick is more appropriate in scale for this size of building and the height. So it would fit in better with that. From a staff standpoint, just in terms of our ordinance and what has been historically applied on other multifamily buildings is the modular brick is the Class 1 material, would be the type of brick that would be classified as the Class 1. I do have a slide a little bit later on here to show the difference of using utility brick versus modular brick in terms of this building in particular. If they do change to modular brick, or if they get the direction from council that you guys prefer that the building design materials ordinance be upheld, they would essentially strip off more brick from the building to meet the modular and Class 1 materials requirement. What's being shown on this elevation, and I'll show another exhibit just a little bit later, is that they would bring the utility brick to basically the top of the building and on the corners or the anchoring elements of the building and most of the third floor of some of the components of this building. But I'll show a comparison of kind of how they could achieve either or, and I guess at this point it's kind of up for discussion in terms of what council's direction would be preferred in this instance. The renderings that are shown are showing the utility application with the brick all the way to the fourth floor on the anchoring portions of the building and up to the third floor on some of these bump out elements. Just a couple views. This view would be from Hazeltine Boulevard looking south to the building where the dog run is, and then the top floor rooftop plaza that's shown on the northwest side. A couple views internally looking at the front entrance point and where those usable amenities are with the putting green, the tot lot, and the patio space. A view from Hunter Mark Road looking at the building from the east side. And then getting back to the developer's request in terms of using utility brick versus modular brick. The utility brick application is shown on the two renderings on top of the slide, and the modular brick is the renderings on the bottom of the slide. So if they were to go to modular brick, they would meet our class 1 materials for multifamily. However, they would propose to use less for that piece of it, but they'll still meet our so the top, again, is the utility, and the bottom is the modular. And then...
So help me, I'm just, if you explained it, I didn't hear it properly. What's the difference between utility versus modular?
Yeah, so the utility brick is a larger format brick, and the modular brick is a smaller format brick. So we like to use this wall as a showcase of modular brick, which is the smaller format. And when we went through our building design and materials ordinance back in 2014, it was classified as a class 1 because of the smaller, more defined format. The utility, which is larger, was classified as class 2, just given the fact that it is larger and less defined. So that's really the difference between the two is the size of the actual brick and the dimensions.
Part of, I've come to understand in talking with Kevin on this, part of the rationale, part of the thought process, I think at the time, and I wasn't there, was that the utility brick, that's the larger one, right? I think the name is crossed. The utility brick often doesn't work as well in a residential application because those buildings, as opposed to a commercial building, are more broken up with the windows, with the undulations of the building, and all of that. And so what you end up with is, with those larger format bricks, having to do more cutting and things that may not quite look, I don't know if right is the right word, but it's not going to look as refined, I guess, as what the modular brick would. My understanding is that was part of the analysis and the discussion at the time that our materials ordinance was put together that led one to go in class 2 and the other to go in class 1.
So that modular brick down below, where they're replacing the brick, what's that being replaced with? What's the?
LP Smart Side.
Okay. Which is class 1?
It is, yep, for residential, yep.
What's it replaced with?
LP Smart Side.
Okay.
Or hardy board, they're effectively the same. Oh, yeah.
That's a better example.
Yep, so the developers got
Okay.
samples.
Yep.
On your left is a sample of the modular, utility size brick.
If you could hold it up, put it on the table. Yeah.
And And you, of course, obviously see the size of a smaller modular brick. The reason that we are supportive of the utility size brick is because of the great scale and size of the building. And this size brick just looks more appropriate when used with such great quantities on the exterior as opposed to the smaller brick. It also is consistent with the size brick used not only in that monument sign we just talked about, but also the Kohl's store, Home Depot, PetSmart, and most of the buildings in Chaska Commons are using this size brick. From a distance, it's very difficult to really see the difference, especially in a building this size. The modular brick does work quite well, and we've used it on our other developments because they're smaller, they're more articulated, and they work much better for that. So building this size, we were asking for flexibility to go with this. The bottom line for me really is, rather than us meeting the 80% class 1, we have flexibility to go to 68% class 1 and to keep more brick. So that's kind of the bottom line for me.
So I'll chime in here because I was actually part of that working group that actually came up with some of the Class A materials. Then when we were in the context of that conversation, we weren't necessarily looking at buildings of this scale, right? And I think that's one of the things that we probably do need to take into consideration because I think the idea was to encourage more use of brick, more use of these more higher class materials, more use of brick, glass, like copper, things like that have more of this like quality, premium feel that we're going after. And in this case, because of the size of the building, right, if you use like a smaller brick, it's, in a sense, like the more brick you have, your eyes kind of assume it's a certain size. It makes the building feel huge, right? So this, in a sense, using a larger brick kind of pulls down the scale of the building, in a sense, visually. So this actually may be more appropriate in this case. And I think that the discussion we had was a sort of a little bit of an arbitrary choice because we were trying to at least differentiate, because we didn't want people to just use the cheaper, bigger brick just on everything, because that's what people will do, because it's cheaper and easier to use. So we had to draw a line someplace, right? And this is one of those cases where it probably is appropriate to like use that because the scale of the building is so large and there's so much surface area to cover that you're not going to really notice that scale because it's 4 stories tall, right? It's like, 80 feet or something like that. So, it's...
Yeah, to your point, the 212 medical building.
Yep.
Can you go next to each other again? Sorry.
Next to each other?
Yeah, sorry.
Of course.
Yeah.
Gosh, I didn't even see that. I mean, I can see the difference. It just is pretty.
Yeah, I think 212 is using a different platform,
Thank you.
though, which is why it's some of it being class 1, I recall. It's maybe if it looks like that, but yeah, I know what you're saying, but yeah.
Yeah, I can't
But
remember.
I'm
I can't
assuming,
remember offhand.
like, all the ones that were referenced, Kohl's, Home Depot, 212, different building type probably is being dictated the number of class 1 material, right? I mean, I'm stating an obvious fact that I think is obvious, but want to make sure I understood it correctly, too.
There's that, and there's also the fact that some of those buildings were built before this ordinance existed.
Yes.
Right.
So-
Fair, yeah, okay.
This ordinance was only in the past, was it?
2014.
I was around when it was there. I think Melissa was still here.
Yeah,
right?
it was 2014, I think, when it was formally
Yeah, so
adopted.
this was-
Yeah.
So
And
I
then
think,
multifamily got incorporated in
we did
2018.
commercial, and then multifamily was the second, so
Yes,
yeah. So
yep.
this hasn't been around that long. So if you look at the Chaska Commons stuff, it all predates it. 212 Medical Center, I think, and I think
Was
212
prior
was
to.
Yeah, and
Yep.
212 predated, the first phase predated it. And
Correct.
then the second phase was, there's always so much glass already that, sort of didn't need it,
Okay. Thank you for the samples.
Yeah, the samples helped a lot.
Yep. Appreciate that.
I'll be honest, when you described bigger, I was thinking bigger than that, so that was
Yeah.
good to have that. I just,
Yeah,
And the reason that's class 2 is,
just because it's a bigger format, and like Mike mentioned, it was basically something that was considered less refined than the modular format.
Yeah, I think at the time, we were looking at it, if you look at it on a smaller 2-story building, suddenly those bricks look really big, way, and it looks kind of cheap. But on the flip side of it, on a building that's a 4-story building, scale changes that. So it's just,
See that?
yeah.
I don't know, again, I wasn't there,
Sounds good.
but the modular brick, am I using the right word, the smaller version? It's also more in line with kind of the size of the historic Chaska brick. And I know we're trying to encourage, you know, that Chaska brick feel in a lot of our buildings. So there's that dynamic there as well. Now, yeah, I mean, you can make arguments and go in circles all day on this. I do think, however council wants to go, it will be good to get your direction on how you feel about this evening, if at all possible. One of the outcomes, if you do want to go with the, and you feel that you're okay with going in the direction of the larger brick, staff would then be looking at an amendment to the ordinance that would, and we got to think through how this would go, because I don't think we want to open it up to allow for that larger brick in all applications. But I think we could look at the ordinance and figure out how do we allow for that. You know, when the scale of the building warrants, and also it fits within the context of the surrounding area.
Well,
So in this case, with the commercial use being, you know, surrounding and the scale of the building, you know, they're all valid arguments. But from staff's perspective, ordinance says what it says right now and doesn't really provide that flexibility. So we would need to go through that exercise.
Is that something that bridge can be crossed yet through this next step? Okay.
Yep.
What is-
If council wants to go that direction, that's certainly something that can be achieved. But that would be a necessary step. Go forward that way.
Yeah.
The senior houses, apartments across the street, what, I would assume those have the modular brick. It looks.
I believe they have the stone application
stone
on those.
application.
But there are a couple with the brick application.
Yeah, but design.
And I think from a timing
Yeah.
standpoint, a couple of those buildings were erected before 2014. But the senior housing, I believe, had stone on it. He also constructed that one, so he would know.
So you would know.
That's like-
Yeah.
Chaska Heights Senior Living does have the modular size brick.
Okay.
We have, I don't know if we have the Chaska yellow on there, but I know we have modular brick.
Yeah. I honestly can't remember.
And those are
offhand.
3-story buildings.
Right. Just like
Lots of
just-
articulation of the facade and stuff, so.
That makes sense.
And I think that the layperson probably driving by probably wouldn't notice the difference between that, because if the color match, you know, looks similar to like the other Chaska brick, you know, that's there. I mean, you know, if we're not gonna be giant bricks, right, obviously, it's like in this scale, most people probably wouldn't even notice the difference.
So what are you gonna need from council to move forward? Are you saying you're kind of looking for guidance from the council?
Yeah, I
On
think.
whether we go with the utility or the
Yep.
modular?
Yep, and that might be, one way to do it would be part of your motion tonight, and you could direct staff to prepare, if you're looking, depending on which direction you want to go, right? If you're looking to allow for that larger brick, I think it could be appropriate to direct staff to prepare an ordinance amendment to, you know, permit that larger brick in this, you know, relative to this application. Alternatively, I suppose if you don't add that to your motion, we'll know that you're not interested in going that direction.
Does Kohl's have modular brick or utility brick?
Utility.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep.
I'm out here just trying to figure out what size bricks are.
Are you driving around town looking for modular utility?
I'm walking around on Street View trying to look. I would just say with like my concern though is I'm not really concerned. I understand for this project that like going forward, if we were to change the ordinance, I'd want to be careful to avoid kind of what you were talking about, Councilmember Wong, to like make sure that, I don't know how we would put that into the ordinance to make sure that it maybe has to do with the scale. I don't know, I guess.
I think it's
So
some
we can just
combination
open it
of
up.
scale and context. So in this situation, it sounds like you're thinking it may make some sense because
The buildings around it
it's
are.
Yeah.
proximity to commercial.
Right, it really isn't around much, like any residential.
Yep, so I think that sort of mixed-use
Except for
district
down the
situation is maybe
Okay.
a way to kind of put
I think
limitation there.
maybe I mean, contextually, it's not that it's commercial, it's that there's other existing buildings in immediate proximity that use that format brick.
Sure.
So, I mean, so that means that if from a neighborhood perspective, you look at Kohl's as in the neighborhood,
Yeah,
they're using the same brick, so suddenly it's like, why is this one different than that one?
I could genuinely see it, like, looking at Kohl's and feeling that scale, weight, yeah.
And then I think the other piece to help articulate it would be that, from a scale perspective, you know, this is like over like a 3+ story building, right? That has a large surface area.
Yep.
That does have other additional, you know, class 1 materials. So, you know, having that smart siding, having glass and some other ones in there, this is certainly complementary to it. So I think this in that case it does work because they're trying to honor that heritage of that Chaska brick. So, you know, now I think that helps contextualize it. So, you know, because it's in, you know, because it's not just random brick, it's Chaska, they're trying to emulate that Chaska brick look. So I think that's appropriate in this case.
Okay.
Lots of conversations about brick, which is great. I actually, either one of those look great, to be honest. So I'll be honest, I don't have a strong opinion about the brick, and I'm not gonna, I respect, I hear all of it, and I'll be honest, you're smart when you lean on people who have some experience and expertise. I appreciate you sharing, you know, kind of your perspective there, because it is a good perspective, and I'm not a big fan of varying from consistency and making exceptions, but I understand in this context, and, you know, you're not making decisions in a vacuum, there's other contexts too, so.
What if we just, to try to put this and move forward, if the other buildings are all out there, utility brick, just put that into motion, that if we can, because that's our caveat there, is the rest of the buildings all around it are the utility brick, wouldn't that?
I will
In this case.
I will clarify that the Kohl's building has the utility brick. The other buildings have modular.
Because they're smaller,
Right.
like
Yep.
McDonald's.
I just want to make sure that's
Starbucks, and they're
clear
so much
And also
smaller.
newer
in
too.
terms of
And newer.
context.
Kohl's was the original building on that site.
Yep.
I'm hearing a lot of, I think, good direction. I think staff can work on trying to put something together. It's clear to me that you're not looking to allow for utility brick in all applications, that it's really sensitive to context and the surrounding land uses and maybe application of utility brick existing. So I'm hearing all that. I think we need to sort of circle up, you know, Jake and Liz and I, and we'll put our creativity hats on and figure out how do we put that into ordinance. But I think there's enough there to work with that we can figure that out.
Okay, thank you. So do we need to make it, we don't need to make it as part of the motion, or is it something?
I would say, I think I'm hearing the direction you want me to go. I think it just solidifies it, though, if you want to make it part of your motion that you know, are going to adopt. And I would tie this to the site plan, as opposed to the ordinance.
Okay.
Right.
The zoning ordinance amendment. So, you know, maybe the motion is to adopt resolution 2022-0100, approving the site plan, et cetera, and directing staff to amend the ordinance.
To utility.
To permit
For the use of utility.
To allow utility brick in this instance.
Correct.
Okay, so, I mean, are we ready to make a motion, or?
Anyone else have any more questions?
Yeah, I did, probably for the developer. So, as I was reviewing the architectural plans, it's a beautiful building. I think you have a lot of really great amenities. I think it's laid out very beautifully.
Thank you.
I love the green space around. I love the dog run that gives allowance for people that will have pets there, because that was an initial concern of mine at the concept level.
I remember.
Yes, and so giving heed to that, giving, you know, knowing that people that will have their four-legged family members, and they'll have places to have their pets be. One of my concerns, I don't know if it's necessarily a concern, I don't know, it's a larger discussion just in the proximity of where this apartment is located, and it's something to throw out, is Airbnbs. are Airbnbs, I mean, the philosophical question is, are Airbnbs good? Are they bad? Are they somewhere in between? I know that just as a, like, the apartment management piece of it, like, is there gonna be restrictions put in place for something along that lines to kind of try to dissuade people from making their apartment an Airbnb? You know, that's just my big concern. It's beyond the Ryder Cup, just in general, just as a, just in proximity to where we're at and the beautiful amenities around the building as well as inside of your beautiful property here.
Councilmember Hubbard, let me start by, for the record, introducing myself, and then I'll immediately address your question there. I'm Roger Fink with Trident Development, representing the applicant tonight for this project. We're from St. Cloud, and I can only speak from historic experience right now. With our past apartment projects, I'm not aware that any unit has ever been put into an Airbnb or a VRBO or whatever that sort of program would be. Typically, this would be a question to our property management company. How do they manage that? How do they control that? How do they regulate it with the terms of their lease? The leases I've seen from all of our property management so far, it would not contemplate them ever using that and restricts them from subletting or letting anyone else live there for any period of time without the resident living there too. So I think it's very unlikely that we would have any Airbnb use in this property. Are you hoping that we would?
No, I mean, so the reason why I bring this up is, you know, our neighboring community built an apartment complex. It's many more floors, but it's kind of a little smaller footprint. And a lot of them are used for Airbnbs. You see people coming in and out on a daily basis with suitcases, but, you know, it's a different building, a different makeup. They don't have the amenities that your building does. They don't have the green space around that your building does, you know? So, but you see the trash and some of the things, components that kind of come with people that are very temporarily staying at that apartment complex. And just because of the proximity to other businesses, like having to deal with that, you know, just making sure that neighbors are being good neighbors, whether they're residential neighbors or commercial neighbors, you know, that everyone is feeling good about where they're at, whether, and also just the larger conversation of people that do live there full time, making sure that, you know, if there is temporary neighbors in there, you know, what the pitfalls that happen with that. I mean, you know, we're part of a larger strategic arm. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty details of your apartment management and, you know, but I just want to like kind of ask that question because the proximity of the building and the beautiful amenities kind of lend itself to be like very appealing for someone that would say, hey, I'm going to rent a unit and then I'm going to maybe use this as an investment opportunity to, and that's a larger question at hand of whether that's okay.
I wish I had a more direct answer for that because I really don't know how that might play out with this property in this location. I can see your point. My only real experience has been with an apartment we built in Bozeman where we actually did consider furnishing some units and put them into a Airbnb or have furnished apartments available. And I believe there was an ordinance in the city of Bozeman that prevented us from using our building for that type of use. So again, it's relatively new. We've not seen this as a trend in the buildings we operate. It would kind of be up to property management to really decide, is that a good opportunity for us? And the ownership group would end up having to tell them whether we should or not.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, personally, just with the housing needs in the community for apartments, I mean, I personally like to see it go to full-time renters that are there to actually live and reside in those apartments.
I think it's very likely that will, if there are any uses, I would imagine be extremely limited.
Sure.
Because this will be full of at least 110 residents year-round there, so.
I think that's a good question. And I would think that we would see that with like like Jonathan Flats right there, like if people were, if it was gonna, I know this is a lot closer and more desirable.
Right.
I even whispered to her that I wanna live here, seeing the amenities.
We built that one also.
But, so yeah, but I don't think.
Yeah, it's just our community lacks
It is,
hotel options.
yeah.
And it's just, you kind of look at a bigger picture, and that's why I pose it to all of you philosophically. Is this okay? Is it not okay? You know, there are benefits and not benefits of having that. So.
I have another question too. Sorry, are you finished?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess my other, I mean, we touched on it. The only other concern I had, which I think, you know, the mayor had mentioned, was the breezeway, the underneath part. It looks like by the architectural renderings that there's access points kind of like in that, you know.
In the enclosure there?
Yeah, enclosure. I was like trying to find the word, thank you. And I just worry about, you know, I love that you guys have a tot lot. I love it because it incorporates the idea that like families, you know, are gonna live there. I love that. But with families with small children, I think about a child running out the door and kind of running, you know, there's a sidewalk, but then there's like a street, you know, and cars turning in and out, that left turn, you know, sight lines and things of that nature. That'd be the one thing that really concerns me is the ability for someone to walk out that door and walk right into the street quickly.
So that entire small area, that enclosure area, is still under scrutiny on design development. Lighting is still a question. Doorways that open out into that driveway from underneath the breezeway there, you know, would there be railings to restrict people from crossing right there? I'm not even sure that there is really a door that would open up onto that driveway area. I think the doors are all on the other.
I was gonna say, I would think the door was over in more of the.
It kind of appeared to be in one of the renderings, so.
Those are a lot of the safety aspects. We greatly appreciated the Planning Commission's recommendation of another crosswalk, which would be immediately west of that breezeway, because there obviously is a walkway there. We'll fix that.
Yeah.
But I also think some signage would be important there as well, especially people entering off of Hunter Mark, caution, pedestrian crossing, whatever that signage has to be, so that there's some alert that there could be some people crossing right in front of them there that they can't see coming into that breezeway.
Yeah.
There was some discussion earlier, if I may,
Yeah.
about the existing monument sign. I sent Liz a picture of it. I don't know if you have been able to grab that or not, Liz.
Maybe.
Just tonight. It is internally lit. I think there was a question about how that's lit. And there's a lot of brick framework around each of those lit panels, such that I don't think there's going to be a lot of light going in the wrong direction, say back towards our building.
So the
Pretty
existing one would stay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Existing one would stay. We did a study on exactly where that sign is in relationship to all the units and all the patio doors and all the windows, bedroom windows, that line up with where that, and surprisingly, it was in a blank part of our building. So even if there was some stray light going back towards the units, it's going to be hitting just the blank walls or HVAC units or whatever happens to be in that space. I think that sign is like 30 feet away from the surface of the building as well. So we're feeling real comfortable with just leaving it where it is. That's the sign area.
27 feet, 10 inches.
It's 27 feet, 10 inches?
27 feet, 10 and 7/8 inches.
From the
Well,
face
I mean,
of
not
the
to be
building.
precise or anything, but, you know.
I stand corrected.
But no, that's, you know, no, I mean, it makes sense. And like I said, it's just a question to understand, because, you know, light's one of those things that sometimes kind of has
Yep,
this,
we studied that too.
you know.
I would be more concerned as an apartment renter of the very edge units than the ones that are closest to the sign because of the way that light spreads and how it spreads out. But if you've done a study on that and you found that it's hitting.
I don't feel like that's a very bright sign either.
It's not a very bright sign.
We're talking the light now, right?
What?
You're saying it's not a very bright sign.
Oh.
Think about it. clarify.
Good point. While I have your attention here tonight as well, I would just add that we've had numerous conversations with our friends at the Hazeltine National Golf Course. We introduced this concept back in March, about the same time that we introduced it to City Council. We've had subsequent conversations with them and giving them updates as our plan progressed. We've had recent communications with one of their leadership team discussing how we've implemented many of their concerns regarding the visual aspects of the building, their concern about safety. I think we've implemented a number of those as best we could to respond to their concerns. Most recently, they asked us to look at some additional landscape screening between our building and their number one tee box. And so we're moving forward with a plan to offer some landscape berms, a landscape berm to help with additional screening there. We intend that that will be a private party to private party arrangement. We're going to draft up some agreements and make that happen too. So
Could you help me understand? So basically, it was the request to provide screening so that way someone couldn't be in their apartment or watching what's happening in the number one tee box?
I think it's both ways. That yes, there would be that visual screen so that apartment dwellers didn't have a direct line of sight to the parking and the events and the number one tee, but also so that it softens the visual appearance and the mass of the building from their golf course.
So would you, so that means like the berm would be in front of on that street side?
It's intended that the berm would be on the east side of Hunter Mark. So on the opposite side of the street.
Okay.
On their property.
So it'd be on their property.
Yeah.
Basically helping to fund the additional berming on that side, on the east side of the street to provide that. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is outside of what
Yeah.
we would be requiring. It's really like.
Basically an accommodation.
Like Roger
for
said,
neighbors.
it's a private agreement and accommodation that they've discussed.
Yeah. Okay.
And we actually, I think we have a couple residents here, and I don't know if somebody.
Can I
wants
ask
to-
a really,
But
it will
one
take
is-
a 1-second
Yep,
question.
no, you can get.
Are
your
there
question.
2 elevators? There's,
Yes.
okay. I thought so, but then I was like, why does it feel like only one's labeled? But there's like one, so there is 2 elevators. Kind of, I know that it's the same building, but kind of in 2 separate parts, both have it. Yeah, okay, good. And I like all the amenities. And I feel like there's a lot, I know that it's a large building and it feels really big, but you put so many amenities in, like, it doesn't feel like it's taking advantage of the space. It doesn't feel like it's trying to pack a bunch of stuff in there. And so I know that there were some concerns about the size of it, but to me, I feel like you could have probably put more units in, but you didn't, and made it really a nice space. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mayor, Jeff.
All right, any other questions, Victor?
Good.
That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you guys have anything you wanted to say? Are you residents from around? Sure. I mean, it's not a public hearing, but I'll give you a few minutes if you got something that we're missing. I
Yes,
would need your name and address, please.
I'm Jane McKenzie, and I'm a resident on Birdie Lane, and I've lived there for almost 40 years. So I have seen this piece of property in all of its iterations, including the fire of the first house that was there. And this is the first time I've come to a council meeting to talk about this, because in my mind, in my view, this is one of the great assets that, as a city, we have this particular piece of property because of its proximity to Hazeltine, and it is kind of the face of Chaska when people come for international tournaments, et cetera. And so I've been really hoping that we would have something. Dave Porcorny promised me we would have beautiful retail 15 years ago, and we got, Kohl's. And then there have been, obviously setbacks. And right now, believe me, what we have there with a semi-parking lot, on a regular basis, and we have abandoned cars in the Kohl's parking lot. I think Jimmy Hoff is probably in the trunk of one of them, but, so I'm delighted that something positive is going to happen. I just wish it were a little more upscale and a little smaller scale. Because again, I think this is a face of our city, and this is an opportunity to make it a little prettier face than what I'm seeing. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And just off of that, I mean, honestly, I think it's a very, very nice looking building. I think it complements the area there nicely. I'm not sure what, you know, if I look at how it's landscaped around there in comparison to other areas. I mean, I think they've really done a really nice job to make it fit into the area that it is. So, I mean, we all have our opinions, and I understand your opinion. I think, you know, that this is a very nice-looking building in today's standards of what we're looking at for here. I'm not sure what we could do to make this building look really much nicer. I mean, I just think of, I look at how this building is landscaped in comparison to many buildings. I don't know, it's pretty hard to beat. But I respect your opinion, I get it. And I know the McKinsey name's been associated with Hazeltine forever. And I understand that, but I also know that that piece of property is sat vacant forever and ever. And believe me, when this came out this way, it wasn't my first thought either. But I understand, and, you know, they want to market their property as well. And our job is to make sure that we get a quality product, and I'm really feeling that we're going to get a quality product here. So just based on knowing what they've done in the past in our community, I feel comfortable. And if this is how it looked, this is how it's going to come out when we're done. So I know that doesn't help, but I just want you to know that we also understand that that's a very visible corner. That's a very visible piece of Hazeltine as well. And we know how visible it is for us as Chaska. It says who we are as much as who Hazeltine is. So.
Mr. Mayor and Council, that sort of plays into our push for a greater amount of brick surface, even though it's utility brick.
We already passed that.
I know, we already covered it, but I'm just saying. So.
Thanks. All right. You're good? All right. Just want to give you that opportunity if you needed to say something. So, all right, we're at, what are your thoughts? We need, before we start, we're going to have to do two motions. We're going to have to do the zoning ordinance amendment, but we'll start with 2022-100, which is the approving the preliminary site and building plan.
So I'll make a motion to adopt that resolution with the, you know, I guess, is it a condition or with direction for staff to work on a way to incorporate the what was it? It's the utility brick into this particular site plan.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Grau, adopting resolution 2022-100. This is the preliminary site and building plan, and adding what Mike said. I'm not going to try to follow that.
I was just going to comment in conversation, like, we saw this as a concept plan, we had the conversation about retail and apartment.
Yep.
And the second time coming around, you just take a step back and just want to comment, the amenities are great, but walkability, you talk about sustainability plays and that type of play too. The walkability of that site is amazing too. You know, a grocery store, you got your department store, you got all the food you want. I mean, it's kind of a cool concept when you now get your head wrapped around that that's not going to be, you know, more storefronts, right? So I'll just say that because I do think there is a clientele as well, and I'm sure they're well aware of that, that will look at like that sustainability play of walkability and you know, parking. There could be someone who moves into that spot and doesn't own a car and could actually probably just be completely fine because everything they really need is right there in a warm coat for winter, but in general. So I just think that's cool because it's a unique opportunity where you don't see that everywhere because it doesn't always work that way, but I think it's cool. So that's all.
All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, we got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. All right, motion carries. Now, we need to look at adoption of ordinance 1020, approving the zoning ordinance amendment to PCD 15.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Wong. Again, this is adopting ordinance 1020, approving zoning ordinance amendment to PCD 15. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. All right.
Thank you all.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't forget your bricks.
All right, next item is 8D, adopt ordinance 1019, approving zoning ordinance amendment to section 15.16 plan development districts.
I can just jump right in. We are looking at a zoning ordinance amendment request this evening to zoning code chapter 15.16 for the planned development district. So to get into a background of the reasoning as to why we're bringing this in front of you, really looking back at the inception of this code, which was created around the 1970s, pre-Jonathan era, is when the code for this was initially created. There were minor updates done to the planned development district over time, but it's relatively been unchanged since its inception. And really this was put in place to provide the city with flexible zoning in different districts of the city. So there's been a lot of developments and projects that have benefited or have utilized the planned district code in order to come to be what they are today. A couple of those projects that have benefited and utilized the planned district are all of the Jonathan neighborhoods. So those were really kind of the starting point to the planned districts within the city. In addition to that, a couple of the city's industrial parks, mainly in the north side of the city, have utilized planned development districts as well. Clover Ridge is another prime example of a planned multi-use development that utilizes or includes a multitude of uses within that district. You see residential and commercial and civic, all within one district. And then Chaska Commons is another notable project that falls within a planned commercial district. So recently of this year, we did have a couple apartment projects come through, mainly with variance requests from our planned development district due to the way that our verbiage within the code reads today. Those projects are the Clover Ridge Apartments and the Gallery Apartments that were approved in previous months. During that time, as we kind of went through that review process, it was noted to staff that we would like to look at the code to avoid any future variance requests with projects. And then as we've looked at the city's code and as we've brought in new legal staff with the city. It was pretty evident within the code of the Planned Development District that there is some ambiguity and some verbiage within there that really lacks the flexibility, and that is very fundamental to the Planned Development District zoning. Also, at a recent work session that was held with the Planning Commission and City Council in July, we did preview that we were going to take a look at some zoning changes within our own code and take a look at some potential improvements that are needed within the zoning code. So we did receive support from Planning Commission and City Council during that time to really look at our code and see where there's improvements to be made. And really, with re-looking at the code here, we're trying to provide updates and clarity and consistency with the overall city's historical process and processing projects and applications coming through the city's planning process. And how we typically look at those is seeing how it relates to our comprehensive plan, but also carries out the goals of the city that are relevant within the comprehensive plan. So we have noted that there is language within the Planned Development District Code that is contradictory, again, to the intent of that code in terms of how it relates to establishing a flexible regulatory process. We do plan to do a major rehaul or audit with our overall zoning ordinance. However, there are some immediate revisions that we did make note of to bring the code more in line with the city's process as we process today. This immediate amendment would also avoid the need for any variances for projects to come through the process. So effectively, the apartment project that we just reviewed with the adoption of this new code in front of us would avoid the need for variances on that project related to Planned Development District standards. Again, as I mentioned, we do still plan to do a major review of our zoning code, and we have started the process of that. Again, the request that's in front of you this evening would be a more immediate change to, again, provide that consistency with how we've been processing applications through recent years, but also in years past with applications coming through the planning process. But the major audit, again, we've started, and we do anticipate that to be fully completed and something in front of you guys by either the end of this year or early next year for our entire code, our entire zoning code. So the intent of the Planned Development District, the primary purpose of utilizing planned development districts for guiding new development is to place emphasis upon a more flexible regulatory process as compared to the rigid development regulations common to traditional zoning districts. The planned development process provides for a joint planning design effort by developers in the city, rather than the city establishing maximum limits within which developers may perform. The goal of the PDD process is to create a regulatory process, include an opportunity to protect and preserve valuable natural resources and amenities to assure a higher quality man-made environment, and to assure that the development of a complex unit of associated uses is planned as a single entity. So we are asking to amend portions of the Planned Development District Code under the PRD and PCD areas of Section 15.16. There's also a minor revision within the PMD portion of the code as well. But our focus really was within the PRD and the PCD areas of the code. So getting down to the amendments that are being proposed within the PRD portion, the revision within that would revise the intent of that portion of the code to include more variety of housing types and density instead of solely being related to single family and lower density. And also within that intent, refer back to our comprehensive plan, which is our guiding document to lay out the goals of the community. Also within that is a revision to the required conditions under PRD so that one or more principal structures can be developed. Another revision would be to the development standards that I listed out in that previous apartment project that came through so that the standards are more advisable and not restrictive. Doing this and creating this revision would allow the code to be more consistent with the intent of the PDD and PRD parts of the code relating back to flexibility and working through the collaboration between staff and developer and commissions. A revision to the building setbacks, lot coverage, floor to area ratio, and common open space standards to say should instead of shall. With this revision, again, reinforces that flexibility that is created with the intent of this code. And then lastly, incorporate a section on usable open space and off-street parking standards that emphasize recommended guidance of such regulations upon findings that they are being adequately addressed. So in previous projects, specifically with apartment projects, we did have some pretty lengthy discussions on usable open space and off-street parking in terms of what's appropriate for these type of projects when they come through. This basically reinforces that discussion that we have at the Planning Commission and City Council levels for us to come to the understanding of whether or not these pieces are being adequately addressed with each application coming through. And then the revisions or amendments to the PCD portion of the code. There's a revision to the development standards to provide flexibility to the city regulatory approval process so that the standards are not restrictive and allow development to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then also with the PRD district, also revise the building setbacks, lot coverage, and floor to area ratio standards to say should instead of shall, so that reinforces the flexibility that the intent of the code is hoping to achieve. And then also incorporate that same section on usable open space and off-street parking to review them in a way that findings are being created that are that the provisions of these are being adequately addressed. So we provided the draft ordinance for you as a part of your packet. It's ordinance number 1019. This would be approving the zoning ordinance amendment to chapter 15.16 within the Plan Development District based on the drafted ordinance in front of you. Happy to answer any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Questions for Liz?
The timing of this, just as it's come up recently, I mean, there's no active, situation where that this will, we've already reviewed ones that have, and those were variance requests. But this is just this has come up, we decided to focus on this one in this audit. Now we're making recommendations to address it. Is that a fair statement of kind of what drove this to be one of the first ones that we're looking at?
Yeah, I think the audit presents an opportunity to dive, deeper into our planned use districts and potentially show additional things that we want to think about. I think it's important, and the reason that we're bringing this forward now is really reacting to what we just experienced with the couple of apartment complexes that came through that required variances. And also, staff previewing that our intention was to do this at that time. And our impression being that, council was favorable for us to move forward with that. There is a little bit of implication to what's occurring this evening also with it, in that if, apartment project that was just reviewed by you all. There were a couple areas where they do deviate from the letter of the code, and we talked about that this evening, the FAR and the setback piece. And so if you approve this and decide to adopt what we're talking about here this evening and proposing this evening, a variance would not be required for that project. It also, would not have been required for the projects that we, those other two apartments that just recently came through and did need variances. If you do not decide to adopt this, then we would need to go through variance process for those two elements for the project that just went through this evening. So there's a little bit of a give and take, but either way, that project can continue to move forward. There's just a variation in process. I think our intention here is to try and align our code better with the practice that has been followed for some time, and pursue that opportunity to do that.
And that practice that's been going on is in the variance process, correct?
The practice that has been going on for some time is to look at flexibility and to have an eye towards the outcome of the project, and trying to make sure that we're moving forward with a quality project that fits within the context of the development. And I think we see examples of that all around town. I think as we've taken a harder look at our code, we realize that some of that flexibility that we've applied, the code can better fit with that by making these changes that we're recommending.
So, as I was reading through that, one of the things that really jumped out at me was that the changing of shalls to shoulds is like a Pandora's box, right? I mean, we're fortunate that most developers who come here are really good and really do have our best interests at heart, or you do want to do the right thing for the community. But I've worked with developers in the past and seen them in planning commission over the years who, given the rope here, they would take it and hang us with it, right? And they would say, well, this is should. So all the shoulds mean that it's a recommendation, don't have to follow it. And they would just use those to ramrod it through and use any legal means necessary to say that this is just a recommendation, it's a suggestion. There's no reason we should have to adhere to this. And that said, I think that fundamentally what bothers me is that I understand, I appreciate the desire to have flexibility, and there's in a circumstance where you have someone who's well-intentioned, that makes sense. But this provides, as it's written today, provides a legal backstop for staff to be able to say, no, this is the hurdle, and the burden of proof is on the applicant to have to say, this is why we need to do this, versus the change here suddenly shifts that burden of proof onto us or onto staff to say, no, this is why we need to have the regulations or the rules that we have in place. And that fundamentally bothers me, because that sort of takes away our safeguards to say, this is our community the way we want it. Someone with a really, really good legal team and enough money can say, you know what, we're gonna push this through regardless of whether you want it or not, right? And that really concerns me. And to me, I think that what your approach of what, I think the goal of what we're trying to do, provide flexibility and also revise things so they're not in conflict, is a good thing to do. I'm just not on board with this approach, because I've worked with developers who would take this and would actually pursue this and using this against us. And I could see that happening in the future. I don't know which developers are ahead of us, upcoming, but that really concerns me, because once a few developers come through, then more will say, hey, you know what, you can get anything you want with the city, and here's the way you gotta do it, right? And then they're just gonna follow through that hole once it's opened, because this sets the ability for a developer to set a precedent, and once there's a precedent, others will follow and say, well, you let them do it, why can't I do it? And then once a couple more come in, well, then I can do it too, right?
But Mike, we still have the ability to, if it's not a quality project, we still have the ability to stop it.
Based on what legality they can sue, and
That's
it
the-
ties things up.
It's a liability to us. I mean,
Well, but we got legal counsel that say that this is okay.
Isn't, you were talking about shall versus should?
Yep.
They're literally synonyms,
No,
No, not legally, they're not.
not legally.
no. And I
So
think,
the
think that's weird.
the difference here is shall is you have to.
You have to.
Should is advisory.
Yep.
And so there's a difference. I think it's important to know that, or to understand that, council's not, I don't think, in my opinion, and I don't know if, the city attorney wants to weigh in, but the change to should doesn't obligate the council to approve anything. The intention here is that we would continue to have, these, it would move to a guideline as opposed to a requirement, right, for things like setbacks and FAR and site coverage and all that kind of stuff. Those things will continue to be in the code. We're not proposing to remove them. And so therefore, that ends up being a target that a developer should meet. And if they don't meet, we need to talk about why they aren't. What is the context of the site, like in the case of the project that we just talked about? It's in a commercial area. There's setbacks that are set within that zoning district already. They're in line with that. It makes sense in the context of that development. Or like we did with the projects that are in Clover Ridge that just went through, because of the wetlands and what that's doing to the site, that changed how you all felt was appropriate to look at things like setbacks and usable open space. And so those shoulds, I think functionally, we would continue to refer to them, to those metrics and those targets, to say, these are things that should be met unless if there's a good reason, which is really no different than the analysis that we've provided up until this point. I do think that, and you guys can go the direction you want to go. If council decides that you want to stick with the language that exists today, you should expect that there will be many more variances that are coming in front of you. So what we heard, last time is that council's preference is not to have variances, and that those projects that you did award variances to, you felt were good, high-quality projects, but you would, I think, if you had your druthers, maybe not had to go through the variance process. So this is a way to thread that needle.
so I think that the challenge here is, I still agree with, being able to adjust the variances so we're not having to have, or adjust ordinance so that way we're not having to go through the variance process all the time. Especially because I think we're seeing with the new light of eyes from legal and from new staff on the planning side. But I'm not comfortable with doing it this way because I feel that this potentially gives developers who don't have our best interests at heart and and would rather pursue more aggressive means, ways to effectively tie us up or to, effectively bully us into doing something that it's against what our best intent is, right? And I think that, to me, is, I mean, I'd rather do like a dozen more variances, but at least put in the right language to make sure we're addressing the specific issues, right? Rather than giving ourselves too much of a blanket here, because I think this, to me, it just creates larger gaps that put us, effectively the shifting of that burden, the onus of proof, I think, to me, is puts us at a greater liability for a lawsuit or litigation that we're not allowing an applicant to pursue what they want to do. And I think we've seen some of those recently, and I'm really concerned about seeing more of those, and then this being a tool that gives them more power.
But you also said you like the project, but I don't want to give a variance, so I don't know if I'll vote for it.
I like the project, but I think that based on the legal criteria, I didn't feel I could say yes on the variance because of the legal definition that I was obligated to uphold. That said, I mean, there's a difference there, right? I mean, there's a specific legal definition of what I could grant based on what the statute says we're allowed to grant a variance for. I didn't feel I could say yes, although in the big picture of things, I'm still okay with the project.
But you said tonight now that we'll just have to give more variances. So I guess I'm even confused what you're looking for. I'm lost.
No, I think what I'm saying is that I'd rather have to deal with the issue of having more variances and then the big picture, rather than giving out something that's carte blanche, right? This, I feel, is like a blank check out there. That's what I'm concerned with.
So I'm gonna ask Jake, is the word should versus shall gonna put us in a lawsuit?
Well, I can't guarantee that it won't. I mean,
Right.
no one's going to be able to stop someone from suing the city for anything.
Right.
When you engage in the zoning process, you're in legislative decision-making mode. And when you're in that phase of decision-making, you're given broad discretion by the courts. So as long as your rationale is reasonable, the court's not going to disturb your decision. When you're using a planned unit development, in Chaska, we call that a PDD, Planned Development District. The entire scheme is designed so that you create the zoning to be customized for the site. And that's been Chaska's practice for a very long time now in how you do most of your large-scale zoning. Nate touched on the issue with open space, and if you take a look at, well, one, the usable open space portion of the code, and you compare that to the other dimensional requirements in the PDD code, you see a lot of words that talk about site and lot and tract and parcel and net site and gross site, to the extent that it creates a lot of confusion about what exactly are you supposed to be applying here. And we saw that when you engage a broader community, you're going to have a lot of opinions, and that makes for a very complicated decision-making process. So to answer your question succinctly, no, I think that you're safe passing this amendment in terms of opening the door to liability over land use and zoning. To Councilmember Wong's point, you can't stop someone from bringing a lawsuit against the city, even if there's no merit behind it. They could still do it. To maybe further articulate staff's point, this was meant to be targeted to create maximum flexibility while eliminating the problems that some of those jumble of words that seem to be used in an inconsistent manner to the layperson. Now they're not going to cause conflicting messaging as you apply all these different dimensional standards. You still need to consider these dimensional standards as Nate articulated, and some of the amendments directly require you to find findings in order to deviate. But the short answer is no, this doesn't increase your liability for your legislative act of zoning.
Other questions after this? Well, then we're at a spot where I would ask if there's anyone that wants to make a motion regarding ordinance 1019.
I have a question, as I thought more. So just thinking a little bit here and make sure I remember things correctly. This would be in that audit project, the first one we're looking at, correct? The first change that's come out of that process, we'd say, or
You're talking about
recommendation.
This tonight, what we're talking about?
Yes. Or have
This
we?
tonight, what we're talking about is not connected to the audit process. That process has not yet begun.
Got it. But if we wouldn't have had the issues come up, this is potentially a ordinance that could have came out of that audit process. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay.
And it still may.
It still may.
Right, I would say that the discussion around our planned use districts through this change is not over. Or it's likely not over. It's going to be interesting, I think, to see what the audit, comes out with and the recommendations that they make. And we may get some of those recommendations and say, we want to do a little more here. But this is a way to address sort of that immediate situation that we have experienced through, those couple of apartment complexes that did require a variance.
To be clear, I don't want to have to go through more variances, but if this is the choice, I'd much rather deal with going through variances than put ourselves at risk of, put ourselves at more risk, or have to deal with, people who don't have, I guess people who have more aggressive motives in mind.
Sure.
So.
And when you say aggressive motives, what, I guess I need somewhat of an example of what you're
Sure.
referring to.
Someone wanting to, for example, there's a case recently where someone proposed something on a property that was zoned as what, office building, and then they wanted to put a large high bay industrial, right? And,
Yep, so in the case of that one, you're talking about Outlot H.
Yes.
It was open zone, so it had not been zoned yet.
Right.
It had a concept plan that, considered that space to be office. And that developer was proposing a different concept plan that would have moved it to industrial. That really didn't fall into the plan district in our analysis. It was really a land use question.
It's a slightly different mapping, but I mean, but it's more that the profile of a developer in that mindset might say, you know what, I'm gonna take my lawyers and go to town on this first to see if I can get the direction I want, right? And I think that's something that rather than giving staff that sort of that backstop to say, no, this is not where we're going with this, it softens this to a point where, like you said, it goes from a mandate to a suggestion, right? And it's like, well, there's a reason why these were done the way they were. And I'm not saying that they're all in sync. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to clean them up, and I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. But even as a temporary remediation, my belief is that it opens up too many holes.
But anything we do opens anything we perform, someone can come forward and sue us. I mean, really, if you're looking at it that way, really any decision we make, somebody could challenge us.
Well, yes and no. I mean, this
No,
gives.
well, no.
I mean, technically you're right. Anything we could do, someone could challenge us. But this puts the burden of proof on that applicant, right? Because it says, no, we're not doing that, right? Because this is what the statute says versus, well, you guys are kind of wishy-washy.
Well, we also have past practice, and past practice is a very valuable piece of doing business as well.
But also, couldn't you argue that, like, if we're just dealing out variances all the time, they could make the same argument about all our variances that we'll eventually lose track of what we did?
If I recall correctly, and Jake will have to maybe chime in this, the variances we handle a little bit differently because variances deal with unique circumstances, and because of that, precedence doesn't necessarily hold the same weight on variances as it does on just like a blanket law or ordinance. That's why my recollection from board adjustment.
I'll jump in briefly. So precedent has a funny definition kind of in the municipal context, and you're right, Councilmember Wong, that the precedential value of a variance is relatively small, if anything, because every parcel is in some ways unique, every situation is unique, and you are looking for a statutorily defined set of criteria with a variance application. To your point, Councilmember Hatfield, over the years it can be very hard to keep track of variances, and sometimes you find out 40 years down later on that there's a variance that's been applied to a certain parcel. And so if those aren't recorded or if those aren't tracked, it can create some headaches many years down the line. And I want to go back to my earlier comments and say, just clarify a little bit about the decision-making process that the council enjoys, the protections they enjoy when they're in the legislative decision-making mode. All of your decisions need to be reasonable, or as the court would say, rational. And so if you're being irrational, and I really can't give you an example because it's one of those things that you call it as you see it in the moment, but if you're being irrational, you're always subject to liability. Not for making a bad decision, but for making an unfair decision. And that's where, coming back to the question about precedent, In the zoning context, absent a variance, the precedent is a little stronger in the sense that if you allow a 12-story building on this property and you will not allow a 12-story building next to that property, when the two properties are identical and the surrounding circumstances are identical, that's probably an irrational decision. Now, 12 stories is extreme, I know, and that's what people are worried about. But the council still has the same duties and powers and responsibilities whether we make this change or not. But it does give you more flexibility without having to worry about tripping over the various potential interpretations of what all those little words mean throughout this code that really do need to be cleaned up. And that cleanup could take a couple of months, it could take half a year, it could take longer. I don't want to put anyone on a timeline for something that complicated. Anyway.
I want to add to that. You talk about rationality for decision-making. The way I view this functioning, if you all decide to go this direction, would be that, again, we've got these targets, that's not a legal term, it's just maybe putting a term on something, but you know what I mean in that is we've got those metrics in the code that exists today for floor area ratio, setbacks, usable open space, those and like topics, right? And so those targets are there, and the way that would need to work is a developer is going to need to explain if they're not meeting that, why? What is the rational reason behind that? And I think staff in its review would need to come to an agreement with that or a disagreement with that, and we would talk about that in the presentation, much like Liz did this evening, where we had a couple for the Coles project that, if this doesn't go forward, we would be pursuing variances for, where staff looked at the rationale behind it and said, yes, that makes sense. The setback makes sense. The floor area ratio deviation makes sense because of the surrounding context of the site, because of the level of amenities that are otherwise being achieved, and Liz presented that rationale. We did draw a line, and you decided to go a different direction, right, with our recommendation on the materials. And because ordinance says what it says, we did not support that recommendation. But you all talked it through and decided, well, maybe it does make sense. And so now we're going to look at that ordinance a little bit more closely. So going forward, I would view it looking very much like that discussion we had right before this. And you all have that ability to decide, are we presenting enough rational basis to move off of what that target is or not? And you can always say no. You can say, hey, for these reasons, we think that staff's recommendation isn't the direction we want to go, and we think that we're going to hold them to this, FAR ratio that we have, just to pick on FAR. So, you still have that ability, you still have that analysis to go through and that decision-making discretion to exercise. It's more of a question of when you want to apply that flexibility, what's that process that you want to go through? Is it that variance process, or do you want to be able to handle that through that PUD and our ability to mold that zoning district that results from that?
All right, so here's my thoughts, and here's my questions. I don't necessarily will say that I share the opinions of Councilmember Wong on this topic. However, I do observe a fairly not typical council here where we're probably in a little bit more of a disagreement. And I look, and my question is just about timing and like need. So again, I'm open to the conversation. Where my head's going with some of those questions is, what I heard said tonight is that what we just approved on a final could go to a final and have a variance if we didn't do anything tonight with it, right? Nothing's going to stop that. Nothing's going to derail that. It's going to move forward. Has an avenue to move forward. In the bigger scheme of things, we have a process or process improvement in place, looking at wordings and setbacks and languages to clean things up. And there will be more conversations like this being had, because we're gonna look at striking this word and adding this word. And so, where my head's at a little bit is, do we act on this tonight?
You're talking about like optics, is that what you're kind of?
No, just more like, do we need to? You know, would it be, you know, like for me, understanding it and having a more conversation and looking at what was found in other kind of pieces. Again, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with the legality and the words and all that. I'll be honest, I'm being a little bit of a cohesive group creator here a little bit, because I like harmony among groups. And just saying, you know, there's nothing that's saying that this has to be done tonight. And having a conversation and seeing where it goes. Now, let's not wait 30 variances later to get to this point potentially, which I don't think we will. So that's why I was asking the questions about timing and, you know, what's the holdup. Again, that's, you know, again, I'm not necessarily siding here or agreeing with kind of that perspective. I'm acknowledging that difference of perspective and just saying, you know, does it make sense just to say, you know what, let's look at this in a bigger scope and acknowledge that it's not going to mess anything up right now. But if we potentially, you know, if we learn others through other things, maybe there's other learnings we'll learn that we can apply in other ordinances. That's my thought. I've over-talked it already, so I'll pause.
Yeah, I know, I've been largely quiet, I've been listening, kind of keeping an open mind. I guess walking into it, the idea of the flexibility idea in the sense of, I know that Councilmember Wong concerns raised aren't in a question of whether or not, you know, staff is doing due diligence. I know that that's not where you're coming from. You know, my personal thoughts were, you know, that, you know, Liz and Nate, you guys do a good job of, like you said, doing your due diligence to make sure that what's being brought forward by developers is meeting the criteria that we've established as a city, and allowing for, like in the case of the 2 apartment complexes that had variances come through, you know, the criteria set there to need that was moved forward. It was the circumstances, right? I also know that as a governing body of all of us sitting up here, that when we review materials, review them in a nature that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that everything is in line with not just that specific location, but Chaska as a whole, keeping the idea of Chaska as a whole in mind. That decisions made aren't always, you know, easy decisions, and that, you know, that any decision made, there might be a subset of the population that might not be happy about that. But knowing that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we're making, like our attorney said, rational decisions, right? But I also am hearing the heeding warning of Councilmember Wong to really have heed over the language and what does that set us up for. And I've also been in conversation and heard that, you know, anybody can sue the city at any point in time. That is out there. But wondering if, like Councilmember Grass says, maybe we do it in the bigger context of the dialogue of the whole conversation as a whole, and not just this right now. I don't know. I can see both sides.
Yeah, like I said,
It's difficult. This is really difficult.
Yeah, again, I guess I would offer up what we heard, you know, last time we were talking about the variances and things, is that you all really don't want to see variances.
Changed our mind, Nate.
Yeah, and this is a way to go forward with that. Again, staff can function under however, the ordinance is written. This is a way to address that. Often in the past, when we've awarded variances or we've been in a situation where it looks like there's variance needed, my understanding is that the zoning code has been amended to either prevent the need for that variance or, address what we learned out of that, right? Or, retrospectively like we're doing tonight. So, we're trying to follow that. And again, past practice has applied a lot of a very broad level of flexibility to the interpretation of our zoning code. And it'd be my recommendation or my suggestion that these changes here that are being put in front of you brings our zoning code much closer to what our past practice has been than what it is today.
Like I said, and like my concern isn't staff's ability or isn't staff's motives. It's a developer who wants to do something that we don't want, that will use our own language against us. That's what I'm concerned with.
I'm not sure how that's gonna work, but we've prided ourselves always on consistency. Consistency, to me, keeps us well within our means of what these changes are. I mean, these changes were talked about because a lot was the fact that talked about we didn't want to do variances. So now we have this, and now we don't want this, but we want variances. So I can see that there's definitely a mixed message here, to me.
I'll speak up. I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that's maybe the language that's maybe being put forward. I think being put forward is the idea of like, is there an option is there a way of not, should instead of shall? Is there a way of writing something that still keeps the requirement piece, but allows for flexibility? And I don't know, I'm not the attorney, I don't know.
Because I think fundamentally the challenge is, as Jake alluded to, is that there's language that's either terminology that's misused or is used with different meanings in different places that have conflicts, right? That puts some of these ordinances at odds with one another. So to me, the right thing to do is actually to clear up those ordinances. Either we're using the same terminology with the same consistent definitions, and then we eliminate duplicates, right? But that's like, to me, is the right way to do it, right? Then we don't have variances, but we're also using, so we talk about, if we're talking about the, what's the area they were just talking about? The
Florida area ratio?
Usable area versus.
Usable area, right? If we use if that's used in 3 different ways with 3 different definitions today, then we need to clear it up and say, here's the one definition that's used, and this is the way it should be used all over, and make sure that those places are used consistently. That's what we should be doing, right? Not opening up our language to say that everything becomes a recommendation rather than the hard law, right? To me, it's just clarifying to make sure that they're just used the way that they're intended to be used. Because, I think that they're, that fundamentally, I think we kind of need to look at from that perspective. I think that my understanding is this was a kind of a quick fix that we could put into place relatively quickly so we could not deal with variances in the, next few months or whatever to kind of buy ourselves time, but I'm kind of concerned about this, right? That it's kind of Pandora's box. I think that, the audit, to my understanding, is to go through and to look at it from that more holistic, detailed perspective of, okay, what are the uses of the language, the terminologies, making sure that those areas where there's conflict, we kind of untangle those and then, and correct those the way that they should be. And that's the right thing to do. The question is, like, what do we do in the meantime, right? And I think that's ultimately kind of the question we've got in front of us. Because long-term, do I want to see this as the language long-term? Absolutely not. But, do we, is it something we can, rectify some of those things relatively quickly. I don't know, I mean, it sounds like there's, you know, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of work and due diligence that needs to be put into that to untangling of a lot of the language and the ordinances to make sure that we have a consistent view of what we're trying to do, right?
I think if you're looking for a response, I would say the audit process will be very thorough.
Yep.
That's the intention of it. The intention is to understand what current practice is and how that fits with the ordinance. My understanding, my interpretation to this point has been that the desire is to align our ordinance language better with our practice. And so there will be recommendations around that. So I'm not doing the audit. I don't want to speak for the person who's doing the audit, but I wouldn't be shocked if they find that our practice doesn't align with how our plan districts are written, and that our practice is much more flexible than how our plan districts are written. And so there will probably, I don't want to say too much there because I want to allow the auditors to do their thing and not make it appear as though I'm trying to steer them in a direction. But those are things that are obvious to me as I look at it, and so I would suspect we're going to look at some changes there.
These changes came out with sitting down with our attorney to make sure that we had the right language.
Yeah, we didn't, this isn't a haphazard proposal. I would say that. We definitely have put a lot of scrutiny and work into it.
So if you have an audit, how do we know this would change from the audit?
It may or may not, I don't know. That would be for that process to play out.
All right, we got to go somewhere, unless there's more conversation. If there's no more conversation, I'm just going to ask if there's someone that wants to make a motion on ordinance 1019. I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 1019, approving zoning ordinance amendment to section 1015-16. Is there a second? Is there a second? Mine fails for a lack of second. Is there someone that wants to make a motion? Is there someone that wants to do anything to ordinance 1019?
Can we table it?
Yeah, I mean, like, so where my head is at is continue to have this conversation. I don't know, this doesn't happen very often, so this is a good conversation too. So like, process-wise, you just witnessed it not get a second, right? So is it just what is the next steps? The question next.
Well,
I mean, what I would like to say, I don't know how to do this, but what I'd like us to do is to, not saying it's a work session, not saying it's that, I think more conversation about how this fits into a bigger set of changes occurs, and getting more people comfortable on the council. I'm, again, speaking for myself. I have different opinions. Again, I don't share those opinions the same way, but I'm recognizing that there's uneasiness about it, and I'm being respectful of that. And I just didn't feel that we had to make a choice tonight, and so I chose not to make a choice tonight. That's my answer. And so, that's my question.
I'll go to legal again. Are we better to table this or to vote it down, or?
No, you're certainly better to table it right now if you're unsure about whether or not you want to deny the motion.
I was thinking that, but I wanted to make
Do we
sure
have to make a
that-
motion to table it?
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
Okay, I would make a motion to table it.
and I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by Councilmember Hubbard to table ordinance 1019. So do we set a date?
Yeah, you could typically table something for 1 cycle, 2 cycles, some.
Because I'm just, So we have a motion and a second, so we're in a conversation here a little bit. My point is,
What can
what's gonna change?
Well, so from my perspective, I agree with Councilmember Grau. I would just like to understand, because I don't disagree with it as it is. I would say probably agree with how it is, but I would like to understand how it fits into the bigger picture, since there has been conversation about looking at all of the ordinances to make them all fit. And I understand and appreciate that staff want to do this so we can have it done, you know, I appreciate that. But I also agree that there is probably too much uncertainty to feel good about just deciding right now without understanding the bigger picture of all the ordinances together and what that process is gonna look like.
So what we're saying is we're tabling this until the audit. If you're saying that you wanna look at all of the ordinances.
Well, I
that
wanna
come together,
understand the bigger picture of like, yeah.
But I mean, that would be the full audit then.
Well, maybe another alternative is, I mean, the way, maybe the ask would be is like, could staff maybe look at some other options in terms of language that may not, you know, open up such, you know, like maybe less, I guess, more succinct in terms of providing flexibility while, you know, closing up some of the potential loopholes, right? Or addressing some of the conflicts more specifically that, you know, we could bring back and, you know, or get us more comfortable with that, because at least certainly I'm not comfortable with the way it is now.
Is the conflict with shall and should? Yeah. I mean, you gotta give them direction.
Well, and that's where the conflict, I mean, that's the core of the conflicts, is there's a
So,
lot
so
of.
we need a different word.
Or not necessarily a different word, but there's certain areas where the reason why the shall and should is to provide flexibility for areas where there's conflicts of the code itself. So that said, you know, rather than looking at just like, hey, instead of making it just them all recommendations, let's look at the core of what it is that's in conflict and say, like, can we untangle some of those that are maybe ones that are more specific to the issues we're dealing with? And let's untangle a couple of those, and will that help us get through some of these? And then at least be correct in some of those things, right?
I think the example that I keep thinking about is, because the setback thing, it's the parking per unit, right? We had that conversation, right? And how we say that, you know, and how that in practice and current society, I don't even know what it is off the top of my head, if it's per, you know, it's per unit, but we did per bedroom, right? Like, that's a classic example where the ordinance says one thing and we've really said, hey, no, this really works, right? So clarifying, and so figuring out where.
And that requires a variance.
Correct.
Okay.
And so I think, to me, you would change it, just this, I'm throwing this example up versus a should versus a shall here, is you would change it to actually say per bedroom versus adding, correct, but that's nitty-gritty detail, and someone's doing a lot of work there, I get that. But that's addressing the issue versus broadly striping a word with should.
And so if that's the level of detail you're wanting staff to get to, I would suggest that the time that it's going to take and the level of research it's going to take to come to conclusions on those exact metrics is in line with the audit itself. What I'm hearing is that you would prefer to go through the full audit process before we make these changes. And so, which is fine, the result of that is we continue to operate under the ordinance that we have. You will be seeing a lot more variances during that time. So the intention here, again, was to provide that flexibility. We were hearing that you didn't want to see variances to be able to avoid that situation. Still providing guidance to developers that they could, you know, of things that you want to see met with metrics that are in there today, and allowing for that discussion to be more flexible. Not to say that the planned use district section would not be part of the audit. That would continue to be part of the audit. We would continue to look at those metrics and continue to bring back recommendations as they make sense to tighten it up further. But again, if your preference is to wait for that full audit process to inform those changes, we'll continue to move forward with the ordinance as it is written, but you will be seeing variances coming forward during that time.
is it possible to prioritize certain sections to be done first, so that way we can get the benefit of the audit process sooner rather than the whole thing, or is it, I mean, is there any way?
I think that we could,
But that's kind of what this is.
Yeah, well, that's what that, once you,
That's what we
you
did
want to
here.
holistically do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's-
prioritized
No,
here
well-
so that we didn't have to do variances that you didn't want to do.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying, so what,
Well-
you know,
the intention of the audit is really to put a full comprehensive look at the zoning code and how it references different sections. Because right now, the zoning code has many, back references to different sections of the code, and it's very interwoven. I think part of our objective here is to simplify the code, and so maybe, it won't be quite as interwoven. Things like that are potential results out of it. I think it's going to be hard to direct the consultant to take a direct look at one section of code and come forward with recommendations, and also provide you that comprehensive look that you're saying you want at the same time.
Sure.
So effectively, what we're doing tonight is trying to provide that, that directed, sliced piece, right? And what we talked about as staff, Liz, me, Jacob, as we were preparing this, is what is the scope of what we're trying to do here? And I was very direct to say, because we have the audit going, and because we want to see that broader picture inform the code itself, we're going to be very limited and narrow in the scope of what we're doing right here, with the idea of providing flexibility so that the code better aligns with practice until we can allow that audit to inform a much broader review. So that's what we did here tonight. But again, it's fine. We can continue to function with what we have. It's just going to be a change in practice from what you've seen for the interim, because we're going to be doing a lot more variances.
So the question ahead of us, procedural-wise, to table that would move it, we have to set a timeline, which is probably not doable because it's
We'd
undetermined.
probably have to say till after January, because I don't think there's any way that we can get it done.
I don't know if it's possible to just table it until the audit is complete in
Maybe
order
it's-
to inform.
fine.
It's going to be hard to put a date on it, I would say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hard to put a date.
Is it required to put a date on tabling something? Or a number of cycles?
I mean, otherwise the table could be
I
forever.
would say
You have to-
practice would say that we have tabled things until a date future.
Yeah, you have to put some.
Have done that before.
You have to put an end date.
Or isn't it?
But even
Attorney
an
agrees
audit,
with that, I don't know, but I have seen that done before.
I was
in
just
this room.
gonna say, I know of one instance where we tabled something when I first came on and never came back around again.
And there's nothing preventing you from,
but most times it comes back in the next meeting.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah, I'm just saying, I do
But
remember.
this one is so far.
Of a circumstance.
No, we can table, I get that, but I don't think we can table indefinitely.
I don't, and we wouldn't want to either.
Well, that
There's
is
no end
actually,
date to
that is actually the question. You can table something indefinitely, and whether or not, it functionally survives is kind of the legal question that at the moment I can't answer for you.
Well,
Very sorry about that, but to table something indefinitely is a parliamentary procedure.
so could we?
But it's usually used when you want to kill something without making a decision on it. It's
So-
not usually used with the intent of reviving it at some point.
Which is,
So could- so
which
what-
I'm hearing you all essentially wanting to kill this without making the decision on it, which is fine. It'll get revisited with the audit, and we will essentially have a discussion at the time of the audit. That's what I'm hearing, the direction, is that you want to see the audit occur and inform, that larger scope. And so the item that we're talking about this evening shouldn't move forward. That's what I'm hearing, and that's okay. That's a perfectly legitimate decision.
Yeah, then the audit's what I'm really interested in, so if there's, is it one of those things we could table until January to with a status on the audit or something like that, or I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't want to forget about it, right?
Yeah.
Because I think the audit's really important.
I think it would just be important to note that a decision doesn't have to be made tonight. There's nothing critical, nothing pending. So if you decide that you want to move forward, or you want the audit to occur, and you want this to be done in full coordination with the audit, then our recommendation would be is you deny what's in front of you tonight, and that direct staff to look at it as part of, you know, the audit being done.
Yeah.
So in that case, we're not
So
tabling it, we're
don't
actually gonna vote
table.
it down.
Don't table.
Right. And I can tell you, part of the scope of the audit includes looking at the planned use districts, and again, aligning practice with the language, which today is not the case.
So procedural, I think we need to make a motion for that again.
Well, no.
So no, I need to amend
We have
my
a motion and a
motion.
second.
Yeah.
Can I amend my motion?
Well, I think.
We have to vote, we do have to vote on that. I see what you're saying.
Wow, we made a mess.
Yeah.
No, because I can withdraw my second, and then she can amend hers, right?
We didn't have a second.
An amendment to the motion can be offered and be accepted by the motion
Oh,
maker
okay.
as a friendly amendment,
Yeah.
A
But
friendly amendment?
as a friendly amendment, but
What if I don't want it to be friendly?
if the amendment is to radically change the motion entirely, I'm not sure that's an amendment. That's really a withdrawn motion.
Well, we could go through with this
Motion withdrawn.
vote and vote it down, which then, that goes off the table. Then you come back, if that's still the intent that you want to deny this motion, then you have a motion and a second to deny the motion, and you're voting on to deny. Would that work?
Yes. And the other option that you just alluded to is you could both withdraw your motions, then we start over.
But he just, I
But
thought
no,
you
I
said
mean,
no.
it just,
But you just said that.
Just a question for Jake. Do we have to even make a motion to deny this evening? Can we just kind of walk away from the discussion at this point in time?
The city's practice seems to be to make a motion to have an affirmative result as opposed to letting things die in the negative or be failed in the negative. So I'd say, yes, you should vote to deny. If that's the intention of the body,
So
then
can,
have an affirmative vote to deny the motion.
so can both of the original now tabled motions be taken off the table? Didn't you say, no, that's not the right way to do it? Or did I not hear?
Once a motion has been made and seconded, I believe the only change to the motion can come from the motion maker or a friendly amendment to the motion.
You can add something to that same amendment.
Correct.
I mean, same motion.
Correct.
But you can't take them
Fundamental-
off and make a new one.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that means
You said.
we have a motion and a second to table this. So if you say, yes, we're tabling. If you say no, you are killing the table motion.
So we'd want to, so in order to deny it, we'd have to vote vote no.
I'm just,
Right.
I'm saying, yes,
Yep.
would table it, no, would defeat the motion. I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm saying, yes
Good
is tabling, no is defeating the motion to table.
So is the general consensus to, where the general direction we're headed, to table it or to deny it?
Don't know.
Okay. Well, that's,
I'm hearing,
I think the
have a-
conversation
I don't
was.
think you can talk about
We were just gonna deny it.
No, we
That's
have
where
to
we're
vote
at.
on it.
Because then, because so then,
Please
Can't
don't
take
we
a
don't have
straw
to put a
vote.
date on it.
I don't want to add confusion. I hope what I say diminishes confusion.
Give it to us, Dave, we're ready.
I think there's some implications to think through here.
Yeah, I agree.
If you all decide that you want to vote this down, it can be interpreted that your desire is not to change the planned use district language,
That was my thought
which would
about
be an
denying.
interesting direction for the audit. I do think that we've arrived at a conclusion here that you all could table it and tie it to the audit.
Yep.
And that would be sufficient.
And that can be done through a friendly amendment because it's a minor change.
Yes.
Adding, you mean by adding,
The
table it till
the
the audit.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And that has to be made by either the
Either the motion maker.
motion or the maker or the second.
Yep.
Oh, we're learning lots about parliament procedure tonight. I love it.
Quite the parliamentarian. So,
We gotta make a decision here, folks.
Are you gonna make a friendly amendment?
I'm gonna friendly amendmentize my motion to tabling until the audit is complete.
I still stand by my second as amended.
So you are adding the audit or not adding the audit?
I added the audit.
Yeah,
No.
and I'm saying,
Oh,
yes, I
okay.
stand by my second. It's,
Okay.
it's like I'm agreeing with the friendly
Okay.
amendment and
Yep.
still seconding.
All right, I just wanted to be clear that we're
Nope,
getting
I
right.
know, I get it, I get it.
Okay, so now we have a motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by Councilmember Hubbard, to table this until the audit is complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
yep.
All right. So if you're saying yes, you're in favor of tabling it. If you're saying no, you are,
No, no.
you're not in favor of tabling it. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're all on the right page? All right. On the amendment, on the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Aye. Motion carries 4-1. All right. We move on to 8E. Adopt resolution. Resolutions related to downtown Chaska Highway 4161 project. And I
Mayor and
don't-
council members, I'll start.
Okay.
Matt Clark is here, as well as Tim Lampkin from Bolton and Mink.
Where's Matt Clark?
He's here. He's not-
Get out here, Matt.
He's not physically in here yet. So I'll provide a high-level overview. They've been obviously working more closely on the project, but as you know, earlier this year and for years prior, you've all been talking about this project. And earlier this summer, the project went out for bids, and they were received and opened in late July. There were 3 contractors who bid on it, and the low bid was from SM Henches for just shy of $23 million. This is about $3.1 million over the engineer's estimate for the project. So Matt Clark and Tim and other staff have been working with MnDOT, with Carver County to fill that particular gap between that estimate and the low bid. And between the 3 agencies, those sources to fill that gap have been identified. So additional funds will come from MnDOT, from the county's sales tax dollars, and as well as funds from Carver County and the city. So all of those items are detailed out in the different agreements that you have in front of you tonight. The cooperative agreement with MnDOT, as well as the joint powers agreement with Carver County. Some other things that I just wanted to point out for you regarding project details and other items that have been brought up before the council. The highway median on eastbound 61 in front of Chasers, originally it was shown that that median would extend essentially to Yellow Brick Road there, not allowing for a full access in front of Chasers. That median has been pulled back, allowing for the easterlymost access of Chasers to have full access there. Additionally, at your June 6th work session, you directed staff to, go back and talk with businesses about the different phasing options, in particular the Minnesota River Bridge closure and how long that particular closure would happen. So we, Bolton and Mink staff, as well as myself, went out and talked to a number of businesses in downtown, as well as the Chaska Downtown Business Alliance, and the overwhelming majority said they would like to see that bridge opened as soon as possible. So that was essentially kind of phasing, staging option 2 that you saw back in June. So kind of aligning with the closure north of 41 there, or excuse me, north of 61, that small closure that would happen essentially from April to June. That same kind of closure timeline would happen, and there would be a reroute a local detour route in downtown on Pine and Walnut then. Just so engagement, you'll know that engagement will continue to happen as we move forward with the project. There is an open house next Monday evening from 5 to 7 at the Chaska Event Center. Email notification has gone out, as well as mailed notices have gone out as well. We will continue to attend the Business Alliance meetings. There will be an updated staging video that will come out and be put on the project website. And then just additionally, the staff will be in attendance at those weekly construction meetings once construction actually begins, which then that information will be conveyed to impacted businesses. So, you know, in particular this fall, that would include, you know, Chasers, Dan Keyport's property there, Dolce Vita, as well as those businesses who back up to where the parking lots will go this year as well. Just kind of from a construction schedule side of things, your action tonight, and then Carver County is expected to take action at their board meeting tomorrow morning. That will give the project that approvals that'll need to move forward into construction. I think the biggest unknown at this point in time is the construction's beginning a little bit later than had been anticipated. And so the biggest kind of unknown is how far will they get with the Highway 61 construction this fall. In a meeting that we had with the contractor last week, that schedule is being worked out. Tim and Matt may have more additional information they can share on that, but as we start to find out more about exactly when construction will start and what will be impacted, that will be communicated out to businesses as well. So what you have tonight are 3 resolutions that staff is recommending you adopt. The first resolution would award the bid and execute those contract documents associated with it. The second resolution would be approving a cooperative agreement with MnDOT. And then finally, that third resolution would approve a joint powers agreement with Carver County. I will, Matt, Tim, anything additional?
Yeah, I can answer any questions. I think
When they starting on 61?
Hopefully ASAP.
Really?
November?
welcome. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. We'll know probably, Tim and I, probably in the next 2 weeks. So we've kind of put that first feeler out. Today we were meeting with, there was a 20 some odd different utility companies. So mass coordination efforts are just starting. It's a heavy lift for work that's going to happen really kind of, we're focusing on the things for the need to get done this year. Fully keeping the schedule to say that in 2023, 41 is the next lift, right? I think in either way, we'll be pushing to make sure that we get the vast majority of what we can done on 61 this summer, what's left. But, as far as the lease goes, I mean, construction aside, heavy kudos to the state agencies and Carver County for coming to the table on this project. I mean, the light of where we're at today in construction dollars and construction costs and fluctuations of where things are at, pulling together a project, I think what you see in front of you is that joint partnership that we all entered into a long time ago. MnDOT coming to the table and basically, coming up with an extra $1.5 million to support this project, and then Carver County also, stepping up and saying, well, we're going to cover the vast majority of where those cost overruns are as well. As far as the city share, with the bids and things, it's very, very marginal. What's being asked from the city side is really an extra $250,000 contribution, which is really going towards landscaping again. So we're not staying outside of the realm, we're not steering outside of the realm of what we've all talked about for a long, long time, which is, we cover the cost for the utilities, we cover the cost for the landscaping and the streetscape and those types of things. That holds true. But I think it does need to go to show that, it really has been a partnership, with all of the agencies, state, county, and
the city to pull this project together. So, but I do have, I mean, if there are questions, let me know. Lots more to come.
Was it alarming to just see 3 bids?
No, I think with, from the scope of where this project is, I think it only fits the characteristics of a handful of contractors that kind of have the capacity to do this type of, it's not a small project, but, we've talked about it in the past, is it's very condensed. And so it takes kind of that, specialty type of work, which the city's very familiar with as we've been rebuilding downtown with all the streetscape and architecture and things. That's just details. And to find that group of contractors, I think it was, the bids that we did get were very respectful. They're all good quality contractors. They just, it's the market that we're in.
Okay. Questions for Matt?
I don't know if it's a question for Matt or whoever, but one thing sitting in the Downtown Business Alliance meetings was like the importance of communication, and I kind of expressed this to Elise already, but yeah, the importance of communication, even just down to, for an example, and this, I'm not blaming anyone in this, but one of the business owners said, put on his receipts, open during construction, and he did that for like July and August, expecting that's when it would be, which is, again, nobody's fault, but just, I think that consistent communication is gonna be really important, so that the business owners, and as we go into having that traffic routed down Walnut and Pine eventually down the road, it's gonna be important to the residents as well. So that's one thing I would stress if I've heard anything from the downtown businesses, is that they just really need to know when things are happening. So.
No, I appreciate that. I think one of the things, the takeaways Elise and I have had is that, we're putting those feelers out there now, right? We still have that year to plan for it, but it's important for us to get their feedback too, is what works, what's going to work. One type of messaging may not work for everybody else because of how folks come to their business, right? So how do we put the right tools in the toolbox that may not fit for everybody, but it's a platform that maybe everybody can use, and you know much better about it than I do.
So yeah, like I said, that was my, and I don't know that it's any one person, but just, yeah, communication will be huge.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I think that, that's such a vital thing for the businesses, not just for, keeping traffic moving as much as we can, but, to help them be able to communicate their message to their customers and help to keep them alive. So, I mean, this isn't just about a little more traffic. This is about economic survival for a lot of these businesses too. So, anything we can do to help them make it through this. I mean, who came through a pandemic, they survived, and now road construction, that's the thing we're trying to avoid. So definitely the support's really appreciated by those businesses.
I don't know if you're the right person to answer this question. So I know we have an open house coming up Monday. Are there other community engagement that are gonna go further, since this is into obviously next summer? Or no, is this kind of it?
No, there will be, I think we have quarterly updates that are planned. It's obviously, we're going to continue to follow the Downtown Business Alliance group meetings and things.
Sure, but
yes.
People coming and looking at the boards.
Yes, there's going to be, so we have a communications plan that's going to basically it's going to continue from inception to end. And so it's going to be putting out press releases, putting out public information. This is just kind of that initial, hey, we're here, So yes, to answer your question, that communications team, will be putting out all sorts of things going forward, and, sharing it with Kevin and the city website and things. So we'll have things to update annually or update routinely on the city website, but phasing changes, what to expect next week, those types of things, all that stuff will be coming out, part of that plan. Yep.
Wonderful. I was pressed really hard by a resident at River City Days, and when I worked the booth, and it was a bit unfortunate because while I know some of the more broader questions, there wasn't a representative to really answer some of those really detailed residential, I live on this street, when is this gonna happen question. And I felt a little, I don't know, I don't even know how to describe it.
It's all
I just
right.
was a little,
Yeah.
no, it's okay.
I went on
just was-
vacation, it was like the one
Was like,
time.
great, you know,
We'll allow
so.
I think that's where the communication piece comes in, because even like for me, when I'm talking to the business owners, since I just happen to talk to them more probably than others, they're asking when things are happening, and I'm like, this is when I think it's happening, so that's where I think that communication comes in.
Okay.
Another question I had, sorry, were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was all I had to say.
Before you start, if you ever get yourself in that situation, don't be afraid to say, I don't know the answer.
Well, I
Can I get
directed
your
this
name and
person
number,
to.
and I'll get you one.
Yeah, I directed them to the website.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
it just,
some of that is technical that we would
Yeah,
never know.
I think that's a good takeaway too for us, is that, you know, between Elise and I, will, as we meet with that communications team, is we will make sure that on the website and things, that there's a direct communication lines person. So you all have that contact the same as I do, because honestly, the day-to-day things, they're gonna have we'll have a person there that's gonna be 24-hour on the call, right? So you folks get questions, hey, here's the person, right?
and I
We'll
will,
give 'em to
when
Nate.
they're
Oh,
saying, what is
absolutely, so.
this building in this picture? What is this?
Right.
Like,
Right, yeah, no, that's totally fair, yep, happens all the time.
This is another one that's probably not for you, maybe more for you, Elise and Kevin. And you already heard this in the Downtown Business Alliance meeting, but just some ability to like hype up the stuff happening this year with the Paseo project and everything to get people excited. Because I think there's kind of like a ick feeling right now towards the project for some people. So if we can like add some excitement to it, like some of those pictures of what the Paseo is gonna look like are really pretty. There's a lot of vacancies downtown right now in buildings, so getting that hyped up so that people are gonna be excited would be good. And I know you already heard that, but I'm gonna just put it out in a public meeting, so.
Well, I know Lisa's too is working on the, you know, the program for repurposing some of these blocks, some of these, you know, back doors and things. So
Yeah.
that message has already been being shared as well. So
Yeah.
not, it's tough to not confuse the conversation, which Elise, I'm sure, is probably can attest the best to, is, okay, is this the project or is this something afterwards? So it's probably you know, it's probably time that we just kind of separate and say, here's the project contact, here's the, you know, here's the person to call, and then we can adjust, right?
Questions, anything else? All right, thank you, sir. All right, at this point, like to see if there's someone that's willing to make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-102. And this is awarding the bids for the downtown Chaska Highway 4161 project.
And there's 3 motions to make here, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So first one, I guess I'll make the first motion.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Again, that's resolution 2022-102, which is accepting the bids for the Highway 4161 project to SM Henches. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Moves to adopt resolution 2022-103, approving a cooperative agreement with Minnesota Department of Transportation for the 4161 project. These are just cooperative agreements, and there'll be one following with Carver County right after this one.
so moved.
Motion by Councilmember
Hubbard?
Hubbard,
Second.
second by Councilmember Grah. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. And the last one is adopting resolution 2022-104, approving a joint powers agreement with Carver County.
So moved again.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Second.
second by Councilmember Wong. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. There. Through that one, good. All right. Number nine is bills. Anyone got a question on a bill?
No, they got an answer when they re-uploaded the, the revised version that had like the longer descriptions, so I will be happy to make a motion to approve the bills. Or pay
All right, I have
bills.
a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield, to pay the bills. Discussion? Hearing none, Elise, we call roll.
Councilmember Hatfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard?
Yes.
Councilmember Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Grau?
Aye.
Mayor Winchell?
Aye. Dang it, I did it.
It's infectious.
Start with Councilmember Wong.
Let's see. So I'll try to keep it short here. So 19 was a fantastic event. I was able to spend some time with Chief Seibert and go to a number of events, and it was absolutely fantastic. Great to see people out and great to see neighbors, meeting and connecting. Look forward to seeing this event again next year and to seeing more neighbors all connecting out there. Upcoming events. This Wednesday, August 17th, for Ward 4, we have a facility park party at McKnight Park from 6:30 to 8. So looking forward to seeing people out there. You don't have to be in Ward 4, so if you weren't able to make it to one of the other park parties, certainly come by. And if you have questions about the facilities study or anything like that, or just want to know about what we're doing and what the implications are for the community and all that stuff, bring your questions and we'd be happy to see you there. And also Thursday, August 18th is Touch a Truck at the Community Center from 5 to 7:30, and Sunday the 28th, Art in the Park at Fireman's Park from 11 to 5. And also one quick update for Southwest Transit, or two updates. We have we're kind of hopefully closing in the CEO, but we'll have more of an update by the next meeting hopefully. And also State Fair is coming up, and so State Fair is usually one of the busiest events for Southwest Transit. This year, Southwest Transit is only operating Friday, Saturday, and Sunday services for the State Fair.
I thought Thursdays.
I think maybe Thursdays too, but we're not doing most of the week, the gap in the week there.
Aren't we just doing like a?
Yeah.
I thought it was
Is it
Thursday,
Thursdays
but
too?
I don't know, somebody better check.
Yeah, we can check and get back to you on that. But we're doing a focus on the weekend service, maybe
Thursday through Sunday.
Thursday through Sunday, okay. So Thursday through Sunday service, but we're not doing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we're doing it both the weekends of the State Fair. So I think the service ends early on the last day of the fair. So just want to make sure everyone knows about that, but still looking forward to bringing people out to the fair, and Southwest Transit will be there for you guys. So that's all I've got.
Okay, Councilmember Grau.
I also were around night. It was great. Some feedback I heard, just as city staff. Just some feedback, and this is, it's both. It's for general audience watching and just making sure. It was regarding the dog park and just owners picking up after their dogs and everything like that. And remind me, I'm part of that process. We have bags at that site. We provide bags, the city provide bags, or we do not provide bags.
Oh, it's been a while since I visited that dog park.
I don't feel like there are. I would never count on it.
Well, and I just want to make sure if something we can do to encourage that, or if it is simply like, hey, making sure, like, are they running out of bags?
Sign there that says pickup, but I don't think that we've ever had.
Yeah, so, which is fine. I mean, we could provide the bags and still put a sign, and some people won't do it. I get that. So just that commentary that they really like the dog park and people love it, but it is, I mean, and there's that weird stigma. I randomly get bags sitting in my my sidewalk that people bag but don't just leave there. I don't understand that. So please pick up after your animals and everything with that. Otherwise, I'll echo the comments made. It's fun. Weather was fantastic, and it was just good to get out. I did host our facility park picnic. I thought it was fun to see the equipment out. I think as described earlier, it was attended and people had questions and comments about it. It was good. And, I maybe joked with the fellow council member that we're trying to compete on numbers, but, you know, we're not gonna, no one's counting, no one's counting.
But if we were counting, how many?
I'm still counting. Yeah, I just think I really do appreciate the fact that we've given a lot of people opportunity to hear that message and understand it. And I know a lot of work goes into those, I will just say, the people who attend those, city staff, you know, and so I just appreciate their time too, because I had to attend one, and that's important. And I tried to attend another one by accident by showing up at a baseball field with my kids to play baseball and quickly dispersed, but I forgot it was there. So we were on a far field, so it was great. But there are people who will be at all four of those, and just want to recognize that the time and the effort, the boards, the material, putting the tents up, getting the city equipment in there, it takes time and effort, and I just want to thank those individuals who do that. So, and that is all I have.
Yes, the only thing I'll add is that arguably the best Chaska Facilities Park Party will be tomorrow from 5:30 to 7:30. I've invited some special guests. Taylor Swift was unavailable, but I have some others, so that's at Lions Park in arguably the best ward, which is Ward 3, but all are welcome because I know you all want to be there, so yep, and also just like a thank you to staff because summer's really busy, and I feel like when do you guys do other things? So I appreciate all of staff being at all sorts of things. And that's it.
Thank you. It's you. You're the
It's
last
me.
one.
Well.
I gave you plenty of time to think.
Oh my goodness, so much time. Yeah, I'll lead off with the facility park party. I hosted the very first one, so I think I was able to dip our toe in the water as far as how these were gonna go. And it went well. It was a really nice day, and I also want to thank staff for, whether it was Officer Dezan or our electric director Pete, bringing their trucks, and like you said, Kevin cooking hot dogs, and Matt talking to all the residents, and Alyssa and Marshall being there with the Parks and Rec block wagon. My son interviewing the mayor did make an appearance on his Harley.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
And drove interest. So is that your special guest? I
No.
don't know. Okay, wow.
That sounds like cringe
She
fest to
didn't
me.
even invite me.
Wow. So, no, there were a lot of people. My son, making his, interviews happen and everything like that. And thank him for taking the time out of a Sunday or a really nice sunny weekday night to make that happen. So, I was going to mention the open house for the Highway 41 project, but that's been mentioned. The two other things. One, I had a resident, concerned. She's emailed me periodically over Bavaria and the speeds, and I think it's a good reminder to slow down and kind of pay attention. There was a really tragic loss of life in Waconia this past weekend of a 16-year-old. And that's a horrible and tragic event. So I just want to remind everybody to slow down. But I also want to thank the response. I emailed some of the city staff in regards to Bavaria, and I want to thank our police chief for kind of immediately deploying that temporary speed monitor trailer and getting some of the data back, and it was well received by the resident who, that quick action and kind of protocol and kind of future talk about moving, and even Matt, who sits in our audience, talking about moving one of the speed signs from Creek Road over. So I just want to thank city staff for their hard work on that. And then the last thing, and I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget, did you guys know that this past Saturday was National Left-Hander Day? So, National Left-Handers Day. I don't know if any of you here are left-handed.
I don't know if
but
I'm
I am. And so I wanted to bring attention to this because you know what? Only 10% of the world's population is left-handed. but we have greatness in our ranks. People like, you know, Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs, and 8 out of the 45 presidents were left-handed, which I feel like is a pretty big percentage. So we are a valued member of this community. And I just want to bring attention to that. And that's all I have to say.
It's also.
Go lefties.
Sorry,
Left-handers, lefties.
just because you brought up national days, and I actually verified this, that I wasn't making this up, and we can all do this afterwards. Is also today is actually hashtag City Hall Selfie Day.
Stop it.
So you could take your picture out front of City Hall.
Sweet.
Selfie.
We still have time. We still have
If
time.
we don't get out of here, we won't
Well,
wait today.
so,
Yeah.
yes, August.
Jake, you got anything?
Sir.
Elise?
Did we mention Touch a Truck Thursday evening? All right. And
Weather
then,
doesn't look good either.
what?
Weather's not looking good.
Oh,
It's good, 'cause I
It's
still
still
don't
early
think
in
the
the week.
trucks have consented, but.
It's early, you're right.
One thing that came to the mayor that we just wanted to point out, this came from the League of Minnesota Cities, that Senator Coleman was one of 18 legislators voted by the League of Minnesota Cities as the legislator of distinction for 2022. There were 9 House members and 9 Senate members were chosen. So just wanted to point that out this evening.
Thank you for that. I forgot about that. Nate?
I hesitate to bring this up because we have beaten the idea of ordinance changes to a bloody pulp this evening. However, staff is intending to work on proposed ordinance changes to our zoning code that would implement the things that we talked about in our joint work session a few weeks ago. So this would be things that would require developers to do the neighborhood meetings ahead of concept submission, and changes that would require site signs to be placed on locations where a development is proposed. And that's the focus of that. I don't know if I'm missing anything. There might be
But this is
one
new,
other thing, but.
right? This is new, so I'm all in on new.
But it's
The difference, the
revising.
line between new and change, I suppose, may be gray, but if we want to call it new, we'll
It's
call
the
it new.
same, we're doing the same thing there. Exactly the same.
So that's the intention. When we bring it forward, whether it may come in September or it may come in October, depending on our ability to do that. We can certainly delay and tie it to an audit as well. However, I think this one would be good to get as soon as we can so that we can enforce that on developers. Because until that is there, it'll be their goodwill acting on our suggestions. So that's all I have.
All right. A few things. Night to night, I was out as well. I was out with the fire chief, and we were able to make quite a few parties, so it was good to see. A little warm that night, but all in all, things, I was surprised how many people were out. And I've had the privilege to make 2 of the block parties. I'm gonna make a 3rd one. The 4th one, and Touch a Truck, unfortunately, I'm out of town, so I'm gonna miss those 2 both, so you guys are in charge. Make us proud. Couple things, other notes, the Flags of Honor car show that got canceled last Saturday is canceled for the year. They can't come up with a date that they can either get the park or get enough people to put it together, so they did mention that donations are still welcome, and they help veterans that are in need. And speaking of Flags of Honor, they were, today was a large Fishing with Friends event at Howard's Point, and they had the Hastings home and the Minneapolis home were all together under one roof. They had this big fancy tent and tables and chairs, and Flags of Honor bought all the food and cooked it and prepared it all, so kudos to those guys, and obviously Carl Lacey and Fishing with Friends for putting that event together. It was an awesome event. There was a lot of people there. I never counted. I should have counted. I didn't take a picture either, unfortunately. But and Congressman Phillips showed up after an event that we had, so he came and just said very few quick words, and then just went around and shook hands and gave some challenge coins. So was kind of neat. And then Congressman Phillips was here this morning at Veterans Park, and he's been going around doing these Vietnam Veterans Pinning Awards for, he basically, as he said, that the Vietnam vets never really got that proper welcome home, and he's been trying to slowly do it to the best of his ability, and so this was like his third or fourth one that he's done, and he's gonna keep doing them. So if you get an opportunity or you see one that's in our area, it was pretty cool, and there was like seven vets from the Chaska VFW or Legion that got recognized. There might have been 9, I don't even, there was some I wasn't real sure of, but, so, like I said, it was another nice event, and it was held, he asked if he could use Veterans Park, which was, everyone said sure. I mean, that's what we built it for, is for events like that. And, so I know that there's 50 chairs that the city has, and we went and got another, at least a dozen from the VFW to get everybody sat. So there was quite an attendance there, so it was good to see. I think that's it. Let's go home. Who wants to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wong. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. We're adjourned.
Go get your selfie.
Yep.
7th